All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Town of Stony Plain for June 28th. And welcome to the meeting. We apologize about being a little bit late today. It is 5:09. We usually start at 5 o'clock. We just had a power surge and failure just a couple minutes ago, so we just needed a couple minutes to reset and reboot everything. Okay. And with that, members of council and to our residents that are watching and participating, there is quite a heat wave out in Stony Plain and the surrounding area. So please take precautions for yourself and your pets, as well as that there is a kind of a water ban. So we're asking residents to volunteer not to use water for non-essential services and needs. So please keep that in mind. As well, council members, as we know that the government has indicated that stage 3 will open July 1st, which means a lot of the health regulations will be lifted. And at that time, we're able to meet back in person as a council. However, with talking to our staff and the amount of work that we've put into the virtual side of it, to transition back would be a little bit more difficult. So we like to give them a little extra time. So for the July 5th GNP and the July 12th regular council meeting will be still done virtually. And after that, then I'll give staff the amount of time to transition the chambers back into a in-person sitting. Right. Okay, with that, Deputy Mayor, go ahead with the motion to accept the agenda, please.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the June 28, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 6 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you, and that is passed. Moving on to the next one is public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents to address council and share any concerns or issues that is not on the current agenda. Being that this is fully virtual, administrative staff, has anybody submitted a written response to be read into the records?
Your Worship, we have no one registered for tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, General Manager. With that, moving on to number 4 is presentations and delegations. And today we have an appointment of the next Deputy Mayor. Okay. With that, Councillor Meyer was in earlier this week and we did swear him in as the next Deputy Mayor. We just need to make this valid through a motion of council. Okay. Councillor Pleshko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, that we have the appointment of the next Deputy Mayor be Councillor Eric Meyer.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call that question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Lloyd, for your service over the last 4 months. Definitely appreciate you for sitting in a couple meetings for me, Councillor Meyer. And if I need any assistance, I will definitely give you a call for any meetings or conversations that we need to have as a mayor and deputy mayor.
Sorry, Mayor Choi. I believe the recording secretary only recorded 6 hands up.
Yes, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Matties is away and absent and excused today.
Oh, well, that's good, because I was really going to have my feelings hurt there for a moment.
Good catch, Councillor Meyer. Okay. Moving on to number 5 is public hearing for offsite bylaw hearing 2648 DMP /21. So let me just pull it up. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing. Okay, so this hearing is a formal hearing and records are kept of these proceedings. Okay, so going with the ongoing COVID restrictions, the public hearing is done and conducted virtually. So everyone had to be registered by 4 p.m. on Friday to have an opportunity to speak at this meeting. Okay. So I'm going to check administration. Has there been any written submissions submitted as well?
Your worship, we did not receive any written submissions for the public hearing tonight.
Okay, thank you. And has there anybody registered to speak at the public hearing tonight?
Your worship, there is one registered for tonight's meeting.
Okay, has that participant registered and been let into the meeting?
Yes, we have him on the call and he is ready to go once you call on him.
Okay, thank you very much. And just a reminder to all members of council and people that are participating in the meeting, make sure your mics are muted and your video is off just to help fill bandwidth issues. And then when I acknowledge you, then you can turn on your mic and your video if you like, and that's your time and ability to participate and speak. For anybody that's participating that is outside of council or administration, after you have participated in the public hearing, we ask that you leave the meeting, and then you can watch the remainder of the council meeting through the town's YouTube channel. Okay. So again, the purpose of this hearing is for offsite levy bylaw 2648 DMP/21. Okay. And I'll outline how the hearing is going to run. First off, we'll get a summary and overview from administrative staff, and as well as any written submissions that were submitted will be read into the record books. Okay. After that, council has a chance to ask for any questions of clarity and understanding. Then all those in favor of the proposed bylaw change has the ability to make a presentation. And after that, council has the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. When that is completed, then the next phase is that all those that are opposed to the bylaw has an opportunity to speak. And then when they're finished, council has the ability to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Okay. After that, then we have all those that wish to make a general comment. So those people that are not in favor or not, just want to make a general comment regarding the bylaw. Then after that, the council also has the opportunity to ask questions of clarity and understanding. Okay. And during the public hearing, if anybody that is speaking, based on our procedural bylaw, you have 5 minutes to speak, and administrative staff will be timing it and let us know that the 5 minutes is up. Okay. This is a kind of official public hearing, so all questions and comments needed to be routed through me as the chair, and then I will direct them. And with that, I will stick to those and enforce those rules. If they're not being adhered to, we will call a recess until the rules are again reissued, and so that we have an understanding of the rules for the public hearing. Okay. After that's all done, I will call adjournment or cancellation, or whatever the finishing of the public hearing, and then we'll move on to our next agenda item. Okay. Administration, have I missed anything?
No, your worship, that was a good summary, and we're here to support, like you said, through the timing and to help you with the public entering the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So officially then now the offsite bylaw 2648 DMP is on the records. So go ahead with the overview and presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship. This is Brent Newstead, new manager of engineering. Just wanted to check and make sure everyone can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Tonight I'm here to give a presentation for the public hearing for bylaw 2648/DMP/21, the offsite levy bylaw. This bylaw is in second and third reading tonight before council. Pardon me, I didn't hit the full screen. Just as a brief overview of this presentation, I'll be doing a brief introduction on what a public hearing is for anyone in the audience that may be wanting to learn more. A general description of the offsite levies and what they are, and then address the project timeline to date and how and what the town has done to get here to this point. I'll then be discussing the purpose of the offsite levies from a legislative compliance and how the offsite levies will be updated in this methodology. Additionally, I'll be expanding upon that, discussing how the offsite levies were updated with new master plans and new information, as well as future administrative updates. And finally, I'll be leaving for discussion, questions or comments from council, as per the chair. So what is a public hearing? Just as a brief overview, it's an opportunity for citizens who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw to provide their views and opinions on the adoption of the bylaw. With respect to this particular public hearing, we're discussing the offsite levies. The offsite levies are a charge that is assessed to development lands at the time of subdivision or development. For the town's purposes, these particular levies pay for water, sanitary sewer, transportation, and new to the town recreation facilities, recreation facilities and infrastructure as part of this update, which are required as the town grows. Timeline to date. This project was initiated in January of 2021 of this year. The town began by assembling a number of key documents, which included master plans, working with our finance and development branches to assemble all historical costs and accrued levies to date, as well as understanding just the general historical processes to date that have been done with the current offsite levies. Following that, the town procured a consultant, Corvus, who initiated the major update of all major documents through the information the town had collected. On April 15th, the town had an open house with developers and public. This was advertised. Following that, the first offsite levy reading occurred on May 14th, with the second and third reading being today on June 28th. The opportunity to participate in this public hearing has been advertised on the town's website since June 1st and has been locally advertised as of June 11th and 18th on the local paper. So these next few slides will discuss the purpose of these changes. So at a high level, the Municipal Government Act grants the town the ability to collect these levies under Section 648. And then these are further enabled by a town bylaw, and that also outlines how and what the town collects with respect to those levies. This is an important tool for the town in order to ensure that infrastructure that is needed as the town grows is implemented and funded through the appropriate means. Additionally, when the town looked at, as part of this process, the town looked at all available information related to projects and as well as existing information related to how current offsite levies are being applied. Part of our review was to review the existing catchment areas. These are areas where the levies for each project are assigned a rate per hectare. Upon this review, in order to better distribute the appropriate rates, the town has expanded its current catchment areas from 4 to 12 to ensure that benefiting areas are divvied out appropriately. Further to that, beginning in 2022, as part of this updated offsite levy process, the town will be implementing a yearly update in order to facilitate transparency to our development partners and community, as well as to allow the town to revisit costs and future projects that need to be addressed within this offsite levy rate model. By doing so, this presents an open dialogue for the town and its development and community, development partners and community, in order to ensure that projects that are on the horizon are being accounted for appropriately. Updating the project list and also the model itself involved a number of key documents, which are included on this slide, such as the 2017 Recreation Facility Strategy, the Water and Sanitary Master Plan, the Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Assessment Report, the Capital Region Water Services Commission Technical Memo, the Transportation Master Plan, and the Indoor Recreation Master Plan Implementation Strategy. The following slides just show a brief overview to the project lists and also the maps of the affected areas. I do not intend to go through each individual project here line by line. This is more to give anyone maybe who's watching who hasn't had the opportunity to read the report in depth, just to give them a summary review, and also the page number on the report is also highlighted at the very top there. In this case, for transportation projects, This can be found on page 17. And you can see at the bottom, this is the project total costs across all these projects in this current update, total over $73 million. Following that, we have the water project list, which in a similar summary, you can see the map as well as a list of projects. This can be found on page 27 of the report, and also it is has a total cost of $62 million. Sanitary sewers, additionally, there's the map on the right side. This can be found on page 37, and the total project costs of all projects in this current update are $32 million. And lastly is recreation, which is the new addition to the offsite levy bylaw as part of this update. This can be found on page 45. At the time, at the time of update, this was a $93 million project. Additionally, moving towards further administrative updates, as previously discussed, there's a part of this process involves updating costs yearly as well as project timing. This allows for the town to be flexible and understand that projects that that the project timing and costs that need to be brought online can be adapted to what the town is seeing within the community, and working with the development community to ensure that these projects are brought on at the appropriate time. Additionally, updating master plans. This offsite levy update gives the town flexibility to, when updating master plans, to input new projects or make further updates as needed. The recreation levies are going to be replacing the current recreation contribution charge that the town currently charges developers. And lastly, there is an updated maps and catchment areas within the report for anyone to review. As this last slide, I wanted to pay special attention to the public participation efforts by the town to date in order to engage with both the public and development communities. So as I stated earlier, April 15th, we had a virtual open house with developers and the public to present the proposed changes. Since then, we have been collecting feedback from developers and the public, should anyone have had any questions. And finally, to date, we are we are now at the second and third reading for June 28th. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Your Worship and Council.
Okay, thank you very much, Administrative Staff. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, seeing none.
Correction, William, I put my hand up and I'm just typing you a message.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
Thank you. Forgot to mention at the beginning, I think we've been doing this enough times. It's hard for me to see all the hands of all faces of the people that are here. So members of council, for speaking order, if you can just text me a Q1 or a Q2 or just a yes, so that I can mark you down for speaking order. Go ahead, Councillor Loy.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And it was good to get a refresher in this report. But I would like to ask a question of Mr. Newsom there. It said in the previous slide that was up, they had, yes, thank you, virtual public open house with developers and public to present proposed changes. I would like a comment on that, please. How did that go? Was it fairly well attended by our developers? And was there a negative on that we should be aware of? And then it says April 16th, June, the first timeline for developers to send in questions. If we can get a summary of what that looks like, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. I guess to administration, so how many people participated in the virtual open house?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can get the exact number in a second here. We did have I don't have the exact number handy, though it was the mood was, it was a very positive, well, I guess it was a well-attended open house. We had one member from the general public that did participate, as well as a number of developers, and I can, if you bear with me, I can probably get you the exact number here. I just need to bring it up. With respect to the second question regarding the comments from changes, we have had we've had a number of comments from some of the, we've had 2 developers provide iterative questions, and we've had a handful of a small number of just single questions from developers. And again, I don't have the exact number handy at this time, though I'd be happy to share that in a second if you could give me the opportunity 1 second.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to me, the exact number is not relevant for this question. I'm gathering for myself and the rest of council that it was a success story in that fact that we did have good participation, especially from the developers who this would deeply affect. And it seems to me that when I'm hearing that it was a positive all the way around, and that's, I think, what we want to hear is the main question. So I'm satisfied with that answer right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Newstead, if you can provide that the number to council a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other members of council have a question of clarity and understanding? Okay, see none, I'm going to move on to the next phase of a public hearing. Okay. So now is the time for participants that would like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw. Administration, this is a virtual, so has anybody registered to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw?
Your Worship, we have the one registered participant is to make a general comment.
Okay, so we'll go through the next steps here until we get to there. So the answer is no.
That is correct.
Okay, moving on to the next phase, which is the time that we allow to all those that are opposed to the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak now. Administration, this is being virtual. Has anybody registered to speak opposed to the bylaw?
Your Worship, there is no one registered opposed.
Thank you. So moving on to the third step, which is the time that we allow members to make a general comment regarding the proposed changes of the bylaw. Administration, has anybody registered to make a general comment presentation?
Yes, Your Worship, we have a Mr. Patrick Shaver from Cancorp Properties Limited registered to speak tonight.
Welcome to our virtual council meeting, Mr. Schaefer. It's good to definitely hear you again. I don't know if I can see you. There you are. It has been a little bit of time, sir. Welcome to council chambers. As you heard earlier, you're permitted 5 minutes to make a presentation and your comments. And after that, council members have the opportunity to ask you questions of clarity and understanding.
Sure, wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to repeat, my name is Patrick Shaver. I'm with Avilia Developments, and I'm here on behalf of Cancorp Properties. Cancorp own land in Stony Plain, and it's identified as the northwest quadrant of 2451-1 west of the 5th. And as mentioned through the public hearing process, I'm neither here to speak in favor or nor object to the offsite levy bylaw. I do have, though, a couple comments and concerns that I just wanted to raise on behalf of Cancorp here. I wanted to share that with council. So again, I neither agree nor disagree with the value of the levies. and at least the process that you've gone through has been quite comprehensive. And thanks, Brett, for his explanation and his presentation there. The two concerns that were brought up is specifically in relation to Cancor's property is one is it's where it's identified within the 25-year time frame, and two is some of the infrastructure identified to service that land. So specifically, this property is outside of the 25-year time horizon. And I understand the model very well and how it works. And it's kind of an arbitrary of how you pick who's in and who's out. And it just on this parcel, and as you can, I think everyone can appreciate, not all the land can be said we're going to, at our pace of development, develop within 25 years. However, when I do look at the Cancor property, it is adjacent directly to the Genesis on the lake. Exactly to the west of it, development actually abuts the property. So it's contiguous to current development within Stony Plain. So right away, that kind of signifies that I don't think that the rationale makes sense for it to be outside the 25-year time horizon. So again, it's based upon some assumptions, but in this case, I believe the assumption is incorrect on where it sits. Cancor did provide a letter on June 28th to the town, and there was a reply from the town as well. Sorry, not June 28th, but prior to that, but on June 3rd, and I thank Brett for his explanation. Quote, the 25-year development horizon for the off-site levy bylaw was established utilizing current approved area structure plans and recent subdivision development applications and proposals. And I think that's sound. Just to be clear, I think that's very sound and the principle is correct. What I would suggest, though, that there probably should have been, though, direct communication even prior to the open houses with the developers to discuss with the developers what they think their plans are, their time frame, their time horizon. Because in the case with Cancor, who do want to start development here within the next couple of years or a few years, that's certainly well within 25-year time horizon. So you've got a current bylaw that has them outside. So that's kind of the one point. The second one is, and again, shown on the presentation, my offsite levy bylaw has it on page 36, but I think it was 37 in your package, showed the sanitary alignment. And that actually shows the sanitary trunk line traversing through two quarter sections prior to getting to the Cancor development. And again, if those two are shown on the plan outside of the 25-year time horizon, that certainly does have a major impact to the Cancor property, because if those were both 25 years, well, then maybe Cancor's 35 to 40 years development. But again, kind of contrary to what Cancor is saying that they'd like to be within the next couple of years. So, and there is previous information, and I do understand that's the best in current knowledge that Brett had gone off of, but we do have correspondence from 2009 that actually shows the sanitary connection right on 79th Avenue. So I also kind of bring that up to say I think there are some alternatives that need to be relooked at in terms of how the infrastructure is serviced, and to again allow people that want to develop sooner than later and not be stifled or hamstrung by other people's developments. So anyways, we brought up these concerns, and again, appreciate the letter back from the town. It does talk about that the levy bylaw would be updated regularly, which again I appreciate and agree with. But it does talk about going through the whole area structure plan process to be able to come up with and show that plan is relevant, it's going to happen, as well as all the technical studies and reports. And again, though I don't disagree with that in terms of that has to be done before development is going to commence, I think it is important that there's an acknowledgement by the town that notwithstanding everything has to be done, that the town will accept or entertain at least the development of these lands prior to the 25-year time horizon. So anyways, thank you for your time. Again, just wanted to bring up a couple concerns with the landowner that's very excited about continuing working with the town of Stony Plain and growing your community. Welcome any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Appreciate the presentation and the comments. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding from the comments made by Mr. Schaefer? Okay, seeing none at this point in time, I'm going to ask you a quick question here, Mr. Schaefer.
Sure.
You mentioned that you represent properties owned by CanCorp Properties in the southwest corner of their town, and you gave the legal numbers and stuff. How long has CanCorp owned that property?
Oh, I believe it's been prior to 2009. It's been at least for 10, if not 15 years, 12 years, in say in the 10 to 15 year time period.
Okay, and you made a good comment about, maybe because maybe you're ready to develop, maybe they're not ready to develop, and definitely you're fully aware of the whole development process. Is there indication of when CanCorp will be coming to submit an ASP? You asked us to reconsider it because it's outside the 25-year time frame. Do you have an idea of when they're going to submit an ASP? Because that also helps us. As you mentioned from the response from admin staff, this is done based on the current and submitted ASP so that we know what's happening.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The intent right now is to start looking at that possibly later this year or next year. So the time horizon is very soon. Immediate would be within the next few weeks, couple months, be probably a little bit later than that. But the idea would be to go through the process and potentially have an area structure plan in place here at this time next year. So it is not a 5 or 10 year horizon. We are looking at a 1 to 2 year time horizon here.
Okay. And obviously you said you were familiar with the process and you were appreciative of it, and our staff is committed to review this on a yearly basis. So do you not have a sense that when you're ready, that staff will not consider your application because this is outside the 20-year time frame right now?
Yeah, again, through you, Your Worship. No, that's not the impression I get, that they wouldn't. For sure, again, the letter was very positive, and there were positive discussions even I had with your administration, which is great. Guess really my comment being is, if there's anything, it is quite time and expensive to go through an area structure plan, especially with all of the coordinating studies and reports, as well as looking at some of the offsite infrastructure, as I mentioned, that one time had one alignment and now it looks like another alignment on there. So it is, again, maybe something a little more formal, and even maybe formal through council, to say, yes, we are certainly open to this development, being updated in the next levy update next year, 2022 or 2023, whenever the time may be. So just more of an indication for my client there that it gives them a comfort level, if they're going to spend the money and the time to bring this forward, that it certainly will be looked upon favorably, again, as long as the reports and everything else are favorable as well.
Okay. Any members of council have questions of clear understanding? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify with Brett. I do remember that part of the problem in that subdivision is hooking up to the sanitary trunk line. And so that does seem to me to be a bit of a conflict if we haven't done that yet, and if Genesis isn't ready to proceed, it is going to be difficult for CanCorp to connect up to those systems. So, Brett, did you have anything how can you clarify that for us, please?
Okay. Councillor Bennett, I believe when CanCorp came to council originally to ask for zoning, their presentation was that they were going to run services from the north to the south underneath Highway 628. Brett, Can you confirm that? I don't remember what year that was, but I do remember that presentation coming forward, and that was one of the reasons why I voted in favor of that, because at that time Genesis was not at that stage yet, and when the zoning came in, I supported the zoning because the presentation was very specific that CanCorp was going to run those services from the north underneath the 628 to their property, and that's why I supported that motion back then.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, so the question being asked is whether the servicing is going to be projected through 628, if I understand correctly.
Yes, I think that was Mr. Schaefer's kind of questions based 25 years coming down through the north to his property.
Yeah. So as part of the offset levy master plan, pardon me, as part of the offset levies update, the town reviewed, as I stated, all relevant master plans, including the water and wastewater plan. Currently, there are a number of projects that take the wastewater line through down to 79th Ave through the Asking Airlines, I believe. As we communicated to the CanCorp and Mr. Shaver, the town is open to connections through 628 or other connections, provided that there is a technical backing for the town to review and feel comfortable with proceeding that way. We're currently this plan follows the master plans as outlined and adopted by council. So this is I don't know if that answers your question, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Bennett.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that there was a way for that development to go ahead when they're ready, and that it was going to be seamless for them as soon as they filed the papers, the ASP and the other development plans that need to happen. So I was just checking to make sure that that was going to be an easy process for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett, for that clarification. And Mr. Newsted, any other questions for Mr. Schaefer for clarity and understanding from members of council? Okay, seeing none. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and your comments, Mr. Schaefer. That's something for us to consider as we debate the bylaw a little bit later on tonight in the business items. As I mentioned,
thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, all of council, and I do thank Brett for his comments there and his clarification at the end. We certainly agree with what he said, and look forward to working with you and him in the future.
Yeah, and for sure, I look forward to this property coming for an area structure plan. I believe the town of Stony Plain is ready to grow, and you have a piece of property that may be ideal for that situation to help us achieve our targets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Administration, has anybody else registered to make a general comment regarding the bylaw?
Your Worship, there are no further registrations.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I adjourn the hearing, administration, can you confirm that the hearing procedure was adhered to and all parties had the opportunity to speak?
Yes, Your Worship, we adhered to the procedures, and the speaker was right closing with the 5 minutes, and so we are satisfied that we've complied with all the procedures.
Okay, thank you for that and that clarification. And with that, I will declare that the public hearing for 2648/DNP/21 be now closed. Thank you. And moving on our agenda, number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the town council approve the council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Loy, you're mentioning about that you were not present for the June 21st meeting, and that's absolutely correct. You can still vote on this because it's not it's accepting for information, so everybody has read it, and it is only, you don't have to vote only during if you missed the public hearing. Yeah, I'll call the question. Members of council, any errors or omissions through those minutes? Okay, hearing none, I didn't see any either, so I'll call the question. All those in favor for information?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Okay, so that has been approved. Thank you very much. Okay, movement to number 7 is council boards committees minutes. And we'll move over to Councillor Bennett, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I move that Town Council approve the council boards and committee meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Members of council, you had a chance to read those minutes. Any questions or comments to the council representatives or the administrative staff that sit on those boards? I have a question. I see nobody else has chimed in right now regarding the April 27th Growth and Commerce Committee. I'm just kind of inquiring about the C3 excellence. From reading the minutes, it looks like a great perspective for the town of Stony Plain. Can any of the members of the Growth and Commerce Committee provide some input for members of council?
Mayor Choi, I could certainly.
Excellent.
We had. Sorry. Yeah, happy to report these C3 excellence was two gentlemen. I believe one's name was Dirk and one was the other one's escaping me right now. But they were certainly knowledgeable and very personable in their presentation. I just want to say it's a harsh reality, but there are some businesses that won't make it through COVID, obviously. But with a business incubator, I hope the town can continue to support the entrepreneurial spirit of these people who may have lost their businesses. So it's a bit of a, in my opinion, a bit of a lifeline during this time, and something that the town can do to help support recovery after COVID.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Okay, who else is on there? Councillor Maddie's not here, but Councillor Laurie, anything else to add?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And C3 is just one of the several groups we've met to talk about a business incubator space in Stony Plain. As the Growth and Commerce Committee and councils mentioned before, we find that a business incubator would be very suitable to this town of Stony Plain, as we have a significant history of fantastic small businesses that maybe start as a home-based business and need that opportunity to make the jump from, just a simple home office in their residence to an actual permanent space of their own. And so a business incubator space is a fantastic opportunity for that. It's a fantastic opportunity for individual independent works that can come in. They can either rent a desk, rent an office, so on and so forth. So it gives the opportunity for Stony Plain's Economic Development Department to help encourage and foster more growth within these sectors in the town of Stony Plain, and helping get these businesses, to grow further than they would be able to maybe on their own, and giving them that, as Councillor Myers said, kind of that jump start and that kickstart, especially coming out of something like COVID. Though, the need for this type of a thing within the town has been identified long before COVID was an issue. I think COVID has certainly just exacerbated the need for that, or how much of a great benefit that would be for our community. So it was a fantastic presentation. We also received presentations from a business incubator group from St. Albert and Independent Business Incubator Group from Beaumont. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the information that will come forward over the next little while about a potential for that space here in the town.
Okay. Thank you for that update as well, and appreciate the work that you and Deputy Mayor Meyer have been doing on the committee. Members of Council, any other questions regarding the 2 minutes, the GECC and the TLC? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor as presented?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. That is carried. Moving on to number 8, which is our bylaws. So the first one that we'll be dealing with under bylaws is 268-2468/DMP/21 regarding the ICE offsite levy bylaw. Administration, go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship. Thank you. It's the town manager. I know that we have our general manager and our manager with us this evening, and I'm wondering if they just had a little bit of a trick to get their mics on. I expect they will be providing council with some information here shortly.
Hi, Your Worship. It's the general manager here. We do not have a presentation for second and third reading. We just made a small presentation during the public hearing. If there are any additional questions, we'd be happy to try to address them at this time through myself or the manager of engineering.
Okay. Thank you. So members of council, we had a presentation for first reading a while ago. We just had a presentation for the public hearing. Members of council, any questions for clarity, understanding, and comments? We'll start with Councillor Bennett. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question has to do with the new catchment areas that that are now in the bylaw. Okay, I just need a quick, brief update on the catchment areas. So my main concern is when a small builder, somebody who wants to build a property on one of our infill developments, and say they're, you know, in one of the catchment areas that really doesn't have much development going on. So will the cost to them of their offsite levies depend on where they're building it, rather than somebody who's building a big development such as Cancor?
Councilor Bennett, thank you. I think the answer is it'll be based on the 12 zones or 12 offsite levy areas that the administration is recommending from the 4. Administrative staff, can you confirm?
Your Worship, it's the general manager here. That is correct. It basically in the let's just call it the older areas there where there is more infill, there is less infrastructure to put in the ground there, in particular on the sanitary side. So the rates are typically lower in the white area of the map that you see, and then on the outer perimeters of the map and the other basins, there are increased new infrastructure costs. So that is where the majority of the projects are located to service them, and so it would be depending on what zone or what basin you're in, and as per the rates that have been established.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Does that answer your question?
That does. Thank you. That makes sense that you know, these development fees, these offsite levies are to help us grow and develop, and so that makes perfect sense. I did have one other question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
So we have always charged a recreation contribution, and now we're putting it into the offsite levy bylaw. How much will that change what our developers need to do? And does that make it more feasible for development to happen. I'm just wondering about the change from a recreation contribution to now an off-site levy.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bennett. I think during the presentation, I believe the difference between a contribution and a offset levy is in the past, the town of Stony Plain was the offset levy was not included in the MGA, and we used the kind of the levy or the contribution for small kind of sub-regional stuff, like so subdivision areas. Now the offset levy will allow the town of Stony Plain to collect fees for a large recreational projects. So I think that was the difference, and so the difference is that the cost will go up in terms of the recreational fees. So we're no longer collecting the contribution, and we'll be collecting the offset levy if council approves the bylaw. Administration staff.
Your worship, it's the town manager, and I'll offer a further comment on that question and what I believe to be part of the answer when we speak about the difference between the recreation levy, so to speak, that we had or charge, and the offsite levy and recreation. Your worship, I think the other important aspect to be aware of is that by moving the recreation charges under the offsite levy bylaw, frankly, your worship, and to the rest of council, I think the transparency of it is amplified. There's clear planning that has to be in place. There is clear reporting as to how, where, what it's spent on, so on and so forth, where in some ways that wasn't as clear or as transparent with the way we were doing it before. So I think that's an important thing to be mindful of. Your worship, if I may, just a bit of latitude, if I could just ask my staff to, if possible, also speak a bit to the cost change from what the way we used to do things as to what's being proposed today for the recreation contributions versus the levies.
Thank you, Town Manager. Basically, the way that the new recreation levy has been established, according to the bylaw that was given first reading, the recreation levy works out to $16,050 per hectare. Based on the old levy, depending on the old recreation contribution, depending on the density, it's quite specific because it mentions so many dollars per unit, $875 per unit for a single detached. The density, we're assuming 20 per hectare. That equates to $17,500 per hectare based on the contribution. So I think the way that I would characterize this is that the two numbers are very similar and very somewhat marginally lower, but very consistent in the the money that the town will receive for these recreation projects in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that answers my question. Just have one more question, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Loy asked about the number of people who came to the open house, and I wonder if Mr. Newstead has that information now. I don't want to be picky, but in this day of virtual meetings, I want to make sure that our developers did have a chance to comment and to hear the information, and that's sometimes difficult when virtual meetings are held. So if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor, if Mr. Newstead has that information.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Mr. Newstead, have you found that information?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the Councillor Bennett. Yes, I was just putting that pen to paper here. We had a total of 18 total attendees at the open house in April. 3 of them were from the town. There was myself, the general manager, and administrative assistant. there were 14 members of the development community or people representing developers in that, and 1 member of the public who had requested to be part of the open house.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much. And for members of council and anyone that's participating online and watching, if you can turn to page 76, that shows the breakdown of the offset levies per hectare that is being proposed. Moving on, Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, sorry, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Appreciate Councillor Bennett's questions that she had. So I do just have one question to administration that kind of comes from the comments that we had earlier for Mr. Shaver. You know, we did hear that this bylaw will be reviewed yearly now, which I think is a fantastic opportunity. And obviously it was developed with existing area structure plans that are already in place and have already been approved by the town of Stony Plain. But I guess the major question that comes to mind that I'm sure I've heard the answer, but I want to make sure I understand the answer, is that does this prevent development in the beyond 25-year periods within 25 years should an area structure plan with the appropriate considerations and approvals come forward?
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Your worship, through you to Councillor Laurie. So the bylaw is not intended to prevent any discourage or prevent any development. It's simply a snapshot in time, and you know, there are more hectares on the periphery of the town that are somewhat poised to develop, and so it's simply a matter of some developments have to be within the parameters, and some will be somewhat in a waiting area. Now, as those conditions change, and the way we would suggest that would happen is through submissions and approvals by council, then adjustment will take place. So there's no disincentive to people outside, and it's simply a recognition that you know, follow the process and make your submissions, and we'll work with you on those submissions, and then things will be adjusted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Excellent, and thank you for that. So just for clarity then, if anything, this is actually a perfect example of an incentive for those developers to come forward and start talking about their plans and then start putting the official plans forward so that they can be accommodated appropriately within the next revision of the offsite bylaw. Is that correct?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Loy, you used the word incentive. I mean, that would be your choice of words. We're open for business for all developers. So I mean, our philosophy is to work with everybody to meet the will of council to grow the community.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to clarify that with what the general manager said. I believe he just said that we're open business for everybody that's in the community. I think council made a stance a while ago when we did some rezoning about making sure that we develop in a contiguous manner that's efficient and that takes into consideration service levels, etc. So just to clarify that, if somebody wants on the far north side of town, on Range Road 12, or 11, they decided to want to do a development there. Would that be something that the town of Stony Plain administration entertains? Because that has to jump through how many quarter sections before it gets to that development?
Your worship, it's a town manager here. No, you know, I mean, any of our development applications, reviews, processes, your worship, certainly have to be filtered through a number of different things, including you know, I mean, our overarching MDP and you know, resulting ASPs and so on. So, you know, I mean, the idea with all of those documents, as this one as well, is to, you know, I mean, you know, be able to prudently and transparently and openly manage potential and future development. And you know, I think the general notion is that there's a number of different, you know, I mean, development processes that we have, and we follow those and usually serves us well, Your Worship.
Thank you much, Town Manager. Moving on to Deputy Mayor. Go ahead. You have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And it's just in regards to page 26 and just some of the timings of some of the projects. Just looking at it, it's kind of, I don't know, obvious, I guess, is the right word, that some projects are paired together. For example, projects 8 and 9, left turn lanes along 79th Ave. And then I believe 9 is signalization of that intersection. So that to me makes sense. As we improve that road a little bit more, we can expect a few more people using it, and therefore signals at the next intersection would make sense. So just looking at projects 7 and 11, 7 being signalization on Highway 779 and 16A westbound ramp, and the number 11 widen 4-lane cross section. So I'm just sort of curious. Like I say, the 8 and the 9 make sense. They kind of go together. As you improve one area, you're going to kind of encourage people to use that more. So I'm kind of thinking the same scenario would happen with project 7 and 11. I'm just curious why those wouldn't be paired closer together.
Okay, thank you very much. Administration.
Your Worship. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to lead off and pass it over to Mr. Newstead. But the timing of the projects listed on the transportation list that you just had is not always sequential. In other words, that they're not all date sequential. You'd have to go to page 28 of the report, which gives you the dates of the projects and the timing and the date of the project, the dates in particular, and the projects came explicitly from the transportation master plan that was accepted by council just within the last year. So again, the McElhaney did the transportation master plan, which set out the projects, came up with a suggested timeline, and then administration has transacted that to in some manner based on our belief which ones would come first based on McElhaney's recommendation, and that's the list you see. So the timing is found in the report. I could point you to the page. It is page 28 of the Corvus report.
So, thank you, General Manager, and maybe the General Manager or Manager wants to speak more. So I believe the answer is that this is based on the traffic flow analysis and development build out. So based on what the current use is right now, what the current use would be in 5 years, and what the current use would be in 10, 15 years, etc. And those are the recommendations that are put forward by the transportation plan. Council is at any time able to make adjustments to those if we see a need. And there's been a few examples within the town of Stony Plain that the town of Stony Plain did that ahead of the schedule because we felt that there was a need to do that.
Your Worship, I did make a wrong reference to the page number. It was at page 18 of the report. I'm sorry, I apologize for that.
Yes, I think because we're dealing with a virtual format one, has different numbers than a paper copied one in the report. So thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor, anything else?
No, thank you.
Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This is through to administration. Well, I appreciate everything that we have in this report tonight, and I think it's well detailed. I do have a bit of concern. I'm wondering if we may have left anything out in this plan. When we look at our total area, what we're looking at is our neighbors down the road have not a lot of land left to develop. Yes, they've got some that they've annexed over the last little bit, but we're well positioned today for our developers that are within our community to move forward on some of their projects, especially as the housing demand grows within our region. And I'm just wondering, when we talk, and we'll talk about Patrick at CanCorp, and I'll use him as an example. I'm just wondering, truly, have we reduced the red tape for them to be able to move their projects ahead, even though we think it's 25 years down the road? Have we missed the mark by not including those individuals in specific conversations, reaching out to them specifically to see what their plans may or may not have been? So really my question is, has the red tape been reduced for these people to still want to develop in our town? Or have we put more red tape in place that takes them longer and more paperwork to develop within our community?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Pacheco. To administration, I don't see any more red tape on the offset levies. I think it's just changing the dollars that are required to provide those services. And I think changing it from 4 zones to 12 zones actually gives us the more competitive advantage that acknowledges that each area has a different requirement in terms of offsite services such as roads, waters, and sewers to make it competitive, so the whole town is not painted with one brush of one offsite levy. Administration have, so according to Councilor Pacheco's question is, have we missed the mark, or were they involved in the process here? Were they actually given the proposed bylaw, the changes, and given the opportunity to talk to administrative staff before it came to this point?
Your Worship, it's the General Manager here. Yes, to answer the question, the development community has been given the opportunity to comment on it. We did have 14 developers participate in the process through our open house. We've had a number of them ask us questions, including the representative who was before council tonight at the public hearing. And we've been pretty clear on our steps forward with them and with others, and answered the questions to the best of our ability. So, I mean, we believe that the bylaw is not increasing red tape. It's an acknowledgement of these are the costs to develop in the town, and we're very, very competitive in the region as it's outlined in the report. And this will reduce the town's risk going forward without increasing red tape.
Your Worship, it's a town manager, and I'd like to offer a comment as well along the lines of that question. And I do think our both the requirements within the MGA and our commitment to review more often and present to council, the money being spent and so on and so forth. I think that's an improvement for all of us that I don't think should go overlooked. I was part of what would have been the, I guess, provincial government's sorry, I'm missing the word, but when the government of Alberta was doing some check-ins with municipal governments and industry about the new rigs, the new offsite abilities, and so on and so forth. One of the things that I did hear in those was from the development community. It was Build Alberta, I believe, at the time that was the representation. They tended to be, I don't want to absolutely put words in their mouth, but they tended to look favorably on the City of Edmonton's approach in that it's an ongoing dialogue, it's an ongoing conversation. The numbers may move, the numbers may change based on projected costs or projects as they roll in or roll out of 5 and 10-year capital plans. So, and I think the notion here that I would put into the council realm along the lines of that question is, I believe Stony Plain as a corporation, as an organization, is turning that corner on our offsite levy processes to open it up as an engagement, as a transparency process, and look to the development industry to be, further partners with us, to build and construct and so on and so forth. I don't want to imply that wasn't always the case, but I do think the process going forward will reinforce that notion that we need to have those dialogues, look at the costs we're projecting and so on and so forth, and really engage as a partner. I'll stop there, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Pletchko.
Yes, thank you very much. I do appreciate the ideas that we're in the business to build and construct, and that you're open for dialogue. I really appreciate hearing that, and I look forward to the community moving forward. Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you, Council Pletchko. Any other questions or comments? See none. Thank you very much for the questions and comments made by members of council and the answers from administrative staff. I will be supporting the motion for second reading. I believe this is a good step for our community going forward. Changing the offsite levies from 4 zones to 12 allows us to kind of charge the appropriate amount of offsite levies per development. I think this will streamline it and allow developers in our community to have the ability to pay a fair share instead of an overburdened share, especially if you're in a zone that might have a little more offset levies than other zones. I do appreciate the fact that administration has outlined that there will be a yearly review, and if anything needs to be changed, it will come back to council. And that administration is willing to and will speak with developers outside of the current development plan if they're ready to take their property to market. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor for second reading? Oh, sorry. Lower your hands, but I didn't actually ask anybody to make that motion because I had the presentation and I asked the questions. So I will ask Deputy Mayor Meyer. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to offsite levy bylaw 2648/DNP/21 as amended.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Meyer. So I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to third reading. Councillor Laurie, please.
Yes, Your Worship, the Town Council gives third reading to the offsite levy bylaw 2648/DNP/21.
Okay, thank you. Administration, you don't need to speak anymore because you've already done the presentation and asked questions. Members of council, any other final comments before I call the question? Okay. See none. Thank you very much, administrative staff, for the work on this. I believe that originally this was supposed to be just a kind of refresher of our offset bylaw levies, and this has become more than that and almost a revamp of it. So thank you very much for that, and hopefully that the input from the development community has helped garner the support.
I'm not sure I understand.
Garner the support of the business community for us to move forward and to, as the general manager said, we're open for business and we'll continue to work with the developers. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Thank you. And that is good. So moving on, we're moving to 8.2. So it is 6:23 right now, so I'm just going to call a quick recess. If everybody can come back in 10 minutes at 6:33, please. Thank you. All right, welcome back to members of council, administrative staff, and anybody that's watching through our YouTube feed right now. And continuing on with our agenda, welcome back to members of council, administrative staff, and anybody that's watching through our YouTube feed right now. And we're looking at bylaws 8.2, which is the fire services bylaw 2646 PS/21. Go ahead, administration, for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will turn this over to our Fire Chief, Mistel.
Your Worship, members of council, my pleasure to be here tonight to bring forward Fire Services Bylaw 2646/PS/21 for second and third reading tonight. We'll do a little review from last meeting, June 14th. First reading was given to this bylaw. Was brought back with one minor amendment. We'll cover that in the presentation. After the presentation, feel free to ask any questions, and we will begin. So again, this bylaw is to formalize a few things that we have: response service levels, administration authorities, fireworks, and fire and fireworks permitting, alarm responses, fees and charges and offenses. And this will rescind the open burning bylaw 2236/PS/05. Again, the 2020 master plan recommended the change from the open burning bylaw to an all-encompassing fire service bylaw. We looked at our regional partners, what's happening around our area, and industry best practices, and we tried to align as best we could. Used many different peer communities for review, see what they're doing, and see what works and what doesn't, for continuity around the area. A legal review was conducted of the proposed bylaw, and first reading, as I said, was given June 14th, 2021. So the bylaw first off was to establish some service levels and functions for the fire department. Basically just different levels of firefighting, medical first response, rescue and safety services, investigations, inspections, public education, mutual aid, fire and fireworks permitting, and dangerous goods. The bylaw outlines and defines the authorities and responsibilities of the fire department and the fire department members. The false alarm bylaw, this is something new. So basically, with the number of false alarms that we get, we decided that it was time to enact a penalty for those frequent flyers. One question that was asked at the last meeting was just on some of the numbers. So we just broke down just a brief table. So in the last 3 years, the numbers in brackets are the ones that would be eligible for the penalty under the new proposed bylaw. So in 2020, there was 0 residences that would see that. There was 1 apartment building and 3 commercial properties in all of 2020 that would be eligible for the bylaw. So again, the numbers are not low, but again, the goal of this is to bring down the total number. And again, that's first off through education, and that's our number one goal with this bylaw. 2020, you can see there was 2 residential, 2 apartments, 7 commercials, and in 2018 there was 1 residential, 2 apartment buildings, and 4 commercial properties. So again, the goal is the first one would be educate. The second one, you get a written warning. That would be our cooperate. And then the third would be you'd be eligible for a penalty. Fireworks, again, fireworks is a big one. With some of the changes in provincial and national legislation, a bylaw was required to define. So we broke it down similar to what Edmonton has done. Tier 1 being the family grade fireworks, the ones you get at the gas station or convenience store, and the Tier 2 are the professional grade fireworks. We've never had a problem with the Tier 2. We have a permitting process in place for that. The Tier 1 is what required a little work. And with that, the one amendment that was made from the first reading of the bylaw was basically the question was asked by council was about the purchasing you need requiring a permit for the purchase. So in looking at it and talking with our regional partners and the area, the amendment was made. All fireworks for discharge or storage in the town must have a valid fireworks permit from the fire department and be used in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations. So in this version of the bylaw, in section 6.3, the purchased, so you don't need a valid permit to purchase fireworks, but you will need it to discharge them and use them in our community. This change aligns with our ERMB partners, and it's a very extremely varied approach to fireworks across the region. Fire protection charges. Again, this is something new. The costs are continuing to increase. And again, it's just a different way to offset some of the costs without putting people into unnecessary hardships. So basically, this would be charged for fire responses, motor vehicle collisions, where insurance is valid and in play. Basically, there is a portion of your insurance policy fire department charges that this is what we would be looking to use. And again, this would be the rest of 2021 would be looked at as education, and this would not start until the beginning of 2022. Some of the offenses, description offenses in this bylaw and monetary penalties, and we tried to align with our regional partners. So our next step is pass second and third reading tonight. And then basically we've been engaging citizen for our citizen education program for the remainder of 2021. Thank you, and any questions? Hello?
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for our chief for the presentation and the update of changing 6.3 on page 139 regarding that you do not need a permit to purchase fireworks within the town of Stony Plain. You just need a permit to fire them off. So thank you with that. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding for the fire chief? Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, to Chief Misto. I'm just for clarity, can you confirm that there is no process today to recoup costs from the insurance companies? And if there is no way, did you catch all that?
Sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, you cut off after they, and then it went quiet. What I understood was, is there no current process to recoup costs from insurance companies?
That's correct.
Basically, right now, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, right now for things like structure fires, basically there is a portion of your insurance policy that is marked for fire department charges. It's a secret in the insurance industry, and again, some of our regional partners are currently having success recouping some of the costs. Again, you're not going to make a lot of money, but just offset some of the expenses that goes with operating a fire department.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko.
So currently you're not using any of that aspect, and what you're looking for now is a new way to be able to use that aspect of it?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, yes, that's correct. Yeah, there is a process for motor vehicle collisions, for example, on provincial roads. This would cover motor vehicle collisions on town-owned roads as well.
Thank you. And then just a bit further to that, is the purpose of this to help offset the costs that are associated with the fire budget that we have currently today?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Paleschko, yes, that is the intent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Laurie, you're next, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to our chief for the presentation this evening. I do have a couple of questions, some in regards to AHS and then just one in regards to the fireworks. So I will start with the AHS questions, and I'll kind of try to ask them as one question and then allow you to expand on the answer to that. So in the bylaw on page 137, item 3.1.1, section B, it is providing medical first response through a partnership with Alberta Health Services. And on the last meeting, I asked, and it was confirmed that the town of Stony Plain and therefore the Stony Plain Fire Department do not receive any type of compensation from Alberta Health Services for all this additional type of service that is provided. So as I reviewed the numbers that were in the reports that are posted online, the annual reports that we see, in 2020, the town of Stony Plain Fire Department responded to 87 calls at the request of AHS of the total 602 calls for the year, which was 14.5% of the calls. In 2019, the SPFD responded to 113 calls at the request of AHS of the total 639 calls for the year, which was 17.7%. So we know that responding to medical calls makes up a significant portion of our responses and therefore our costs. So to the fire chief, of the medical calls received in 2020 and 2019, can you provide council with the number of times that the Stony Plain Fire Department was either stood down, meaning canceled, prior to leaving the fire hall or when arriving on scene by AHS? That's question number one. Number two is, can you provide the number of calls that were classified as Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie calls, which are less serious and emergent by AHS, and the number classified as Delta and Echo calls? And lastly, can you provide the total number of man hours and total dollar amount of compensation paid by the town of Stony Plain to our paid on call members for these attendances at AHS's request?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Chief Mistel, did you get all three?
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Yeah, okay, so basically, question number one, these being stood down. So basically in 2020, it was 15, and in 2019, 27. Question number two, the Alpha Bravo Charlie versus Delta and Echo. In 2020, there was 39 Alpha Bravo Charlies and 38 Delta Echoes. In 2019, there was 42 Alpha Bravo Charlies and 47 Delta Echoes. And your final question, basically in 2020, there was roughly 600 firefighting hours put in towards medical calls at a real rough, just based on the compensation rate, just under $25,000. And in 2019, roughly 717 firefighting hours at just over 28,000. There's a few estimates in there, but that should be pretty close.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Laurie?
Excellent, thank you. And just to confirm, so on the number of calls where SPFD was stood down before either leaving the hall or arriving on scene, can you confirm that the paid on call members who attend those calls are still compensated by the town of Stony Plain for those calls?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yes. Every time our members respond, they are compensated.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information, and I'm sure it will come up as we debate this a little bit further. Just for my last question of clarity then, In regards to the fireworks portion of the bylaw, which I can appreciate the fact that there has been a little bit of work done since the last meeting to no longer require a permit for purchasing, I'm still curious as to why we're moving to legislation to require a permit to store and discharge the Class 1 consumer grade fireworks. Last meeting, I asked about the number of incidents that we had, and there were 0 reported incidents of fire or property damage within the last 5 years, and only 5 reported incidents to our bylaw of disturbance style complaints. So can we get a little bit more of an expansion as to why we feel that we need to legislate requiring a permit for the storage of discharge versus creating some type of just an educational component and campaign to our residents to understand how to properly store and discharge these consumer grade fireworks?
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Basically, in this version of the code, that'd be the fire code, it switched to a national fire code from basically an Alberta specialty code. So it's the National Fire Code Alberta Edition 2019. Fireworks have been removed from that piece of legislation and put under Natural Resources Canada. So it's federal legislation, and they are pushing to have legislation in place for fireworks. Basically, all the regional partners that, during the research, there's only one that's not requiring a permit for one reason or another. Everyone else is either having a permit system and allowing the sale, or banning the discharge, which also basically bans the sale of it in the community.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
Okay, thank you. And I'm just wondering if the fire chief can answer, since we won't be requiring a fire permit for the purchase of these fireworks, will the fire department be working with the retailers within the municipality that sell these fireworks to create some type of an educational campaign on the safe usage, storage of these fireworks, and B, the requirement of the Stony Plain Fire Department to obtain a permit for storage and discharge?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, absolutely to both on those. We've had meetings with some local vendors, and they were actually very open and very excited to work with us, as we are as well. I mean, at the end of the day, we want everyone to be safe and happy, and a level of enjoyment. Fireworks aren't my thing, but a lot of people do enjoy them. So yes, the campaign will be to, again, educate and work together. Then, what we hope to accomplish our goals through that, rather than, hammer down enforcement.
Okay,
excellent. Thank you. That's all my questions for right now, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to hop in here and just kind of ask some questions that kind of jogged my mind here on my notes here as Councillor Laurie is asking his questions. So right now, currently, to the fire chief, we do not have a requirement for individuals and businesses to get a fire permit or register who has it currently in their premises. Is that correct? Your
Worship, you were talking about the record retention of people purchasing fireworks, or who's selling the fireworks?
I think the bylaws being proposed is asking for a fire permit for people that are storing it. So that means they have already bought it from somewhere that they have it in their house or in the business. And so currently, do we have that registry now?
There was Your Worship, there was some references in the previous version of the fire code, but again, the quantities are quite large. I mean, basically, the intent of the bylaw is just to have, so we're not having people stockpiling, huge amounts of fireworks in their garage, creating an undue hazard. You're going to the lake on the weekend, or going out to a friend's birthday party. You have a small box. I mean, that's what we're kind of hoping to educate our residents on quantities that they will store in their properties.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think I agree with Councillor Laurie, as I mentioned, that education is a good step. and also with the bylaw having the fire permit to store is I see that as a positive for our members of our Stony Plain Fire Department. I don't want our members to be attending a fire situation not knowing that there might be, as you mentioned, maybe a stockpile or maybe some fireworks in there, which provides a great hazard to our members entering premises to kind of put out a fire or to assess a situation. So especially having those registered and having a fire permit, I think will be beneficial for the safety of our residents and our fire department. And I'm just going to hop on another question that Councillor Laurie asked about the number of stand downs, calls, and man hours. I think I asked this question during first reading. The answer was that no, currently the town of Stony Plain does not get compensated for the amount of hours and the help that we provide for Alberta Health Services. Is that correct?
Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, so looking at of the proposed bylaw under number 12 of the charges, does that clause allow the town of Stony Plain to invoice Alberta Health Services for the time and work that we put into providing the assist to Alberta Health Services?
Your Worship, at this time, I would say that this bylaw would not grant that opportunity. I think that discussion would have to come at a higher level, more direct with Alberta Health Services.
Okay, so that would be an advocacy for members of council and administrative staff with Alberta Health Services.
Your Worship, absolutely.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. I'll move on to the next councillor for questions of clarity and understanding. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You and Councillor Laurie were very thorough in your questions, and so most of them are answered. Just for a little bit more clarity in my mind, though, so it's my understanding that the fireworks permit to set them off is a new one, and I believe that if this passes the second and third reading, then this bylaw will be in effect. And this week, of course, is the week where you'll have a lot of people setting off fireworks. So am I to assume that the Stony Plain Fire Department will be more on an educational route this week when it comes to having people set off fireworks? Because I'm sure that a lot of people have not heard this and will not be aware that they need a permit.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett, yeah, absolutely. I would love to say we're so organized and prepared that everything will be ready to go for July 1st. That isn't. Initially, when we were first laying it out, we thought we could be ready, but as the bylaw got pushed, yeah, so basically there'll be an educational program ready to be released in the media with some education for our residents. Again, we'll be working with our vendors in our community to help educate and work with them. Like I said, when dealing with one of them, they were actually quite excited about the opportunity, because it's been a gray area the last few years. So again, I think we'll be able to accomplish this without too much hassle.
Good. My second question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
So this whole costing with AHS has me very concerned. It seems like, it's a waste of our town resources. I'm wondering, Chief Mistel, and I'm assuming that it's the same with all of our neighboring municipalities and throughout Alberta that this is happening?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett, yes. Unless you are have an AHS contract, which is operate an ambulance and be in partnership with the province, yeah, you are not invoicing the Alberta Health Services for responses. So again, in the capital region, Spruce Grove, St. Albert, Strathcona, Leduc are all HS partners operating ambulances. Everybody else is outside that and would not be eligible to invoice for service.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I guess my next question is to you. And I think you were right on when you said that this takes advocacy throughout the province. And I'm wondering if this is a resolution that we should take to AUMA. And Mr. Mayor, do you know if that resolution is already on the docket, or if we should compose one and get it in to be discussed at our next AUMA conference?
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I know we've talked about it. I've heard members of the AUMA executive committee talk about it, and it is an issue that is ongoing. So I would suspect that there might be something that's in the works. We can double check. I probably email our representative and then have that kind of clarified. And then you're absolutely right. If it's not on there, as mentioned by Chief Mistel, that every community that does not have a AHS contract is outside that box and we can't charge for it, which means then municipalities are supporting and cover the costs to provide AHS services in the provinces of Alberta.
Exactly my point, Mr. Mayor. And would we be willing to make that resolution?
Yes, I think it's good, but that's a motion of council to do that. So let our staff follow up on that, and maybe an email to our town's West representative on AUMA.
Good. Yeah, I'll do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And please copy me on that response when it comes back, and then we can follow through on that. If there is nothing, then a motion can come to the council table for us to either approve or not approve for a resolution that will be submitted to AUMA.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Deputy Mayor, you're next on the queue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions to Chief Mistel. So I need some help understanding the cost recovery on operations and services provided. So just to begin with, on page 131, just after the first round of bullets there, the second paragraph, it says charges will provide an additional option to assist to offset the expenses of the fire department when asked to respond. It will not cover the expenses required to ensure we remain response ready. And then going to page 146, where we outline some of the charges. And I go to 12.1 and 12.2 and 12.4. It says $615 per hour per apparatus. So that $615 is obviously for just the cost of it to roll out the door. The manpower on board, whatever, the fuel, maintenance, what have you. Is that correct?
Your Worship, through Councillor Meyer, that $615 an hour are the rates set by Alberta Transportation that are currently for which they pay for highway responses. That does include the apparatus, the fuel, the responders inside. So the $615 is all encompassing.
Okay. So just correct in that $615 is charged just while the apparatus is out the door.
Your Worship, through Councillor Meyer, yes, that'd be correct.
Thank you. Okay, and then sorry, and these are through the mayor to Chief Mistel. when it also, just the wording, it says recovery for additional or extraordinary expenses. So in my head, when I read that, I think additional or extraordinary, but really I should think of it more as if the person has insurance, whether it be on their home or their motor vehicle, that would be charged. There's not really additional or extraordinary. That's the charge. If we roll out the door, we charge this amount, assuming they have insurance.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, yeah, the extraordinary cost would be over and above services that we would have to bring in. For example, structure fire. You have it in the attic with the cellulose blown in insulation. You leave that, that's just a bad situation for an opportunity for a rekindle. So typically in attic fires, we'll contract a vacuum truck to come in and suck all the insulation out. So that's what an extraordinary cost would be. You know, the cost of, you know, firefighting foam and water, you know, things like that would be worked into the regular cost. The extraordinary cost would be, you know, external services we'd be bringing in.
I'm sorry, Chief Mistel. I'm now a little bit more confused. This is a charge that we charge for our apparatus or for other, like, third parties?
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer. So basically, if we would go use the example with the vacuum truck again, we would contract 123 vac truck. We would hire them and we would basically pay them, you know, for their services, and then basically those costs would be we turn back to the owner of the property.
Okay, that would make sense. We need a service from a third party, we have to pay for it, and therefore we charge it to someone. Okay, fair enough. But I was asking questions earlier in regards to the cost of our apparatus rolling out the door of the fire hall and the $615 an hour charge. Is that for our fire apparatus?
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, yes, that would be for our fire apparatus.
Okay, so my next question through the mayor to you, to Chief Mistel, how much would we, if sort of to Councillor Laurie's, if you could just ballpark me, how much would we roughly expect to recover based on a yearly, if we charged this last year, say?
I don't have those numbers in front. I could look them up, but I did some rough calculations for basically year to date 2021. If that would be okay at this time.
Yep, that would be fine.
For structure fires, we're about again, not including the last one here that just occurred, just under $15,000. And MVCs, we'd be about $12,000. So again, it's not, it's a sizable chunk of money, but not it's just to offset some of the operating costs.
Okay, I appreciate that. If I could have one more question, Mayor Choi.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. I give you that latitude because you are my Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you very much. And this one's to administration. Considering that this angle of this bylaw concerns costs to our residents, I'm just curious, while it's not, having heard from our chief, not huge numbers, these are additional financial burdens that will be charged back to our residents in a roundabout way through their insurance. I'm just curious why this particular item on the fire services bylaw couldn't be separated out and dealt with by itself. And I asked that question because I've given this quite a lot of thought since last week when I voted against it, and I do appreciate that as the town grows and moves forward, this is a question that will, how do we pay for these services, will continue to come up, and I do appreciate that we are looking at different ways of doing that. What I have a problem with is that our residents understand and that it's transparent in what they are paying and the costs associated with living in our town. So in my opinion, something like this would be, now I'm just giving comment. Maybe I'll just ask for administration's answer first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Meyer. And I have an answer for some of that, and I'll just ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to prep for a timing answer related to inclusion in this bylaw or included at a later date or so on. Your Worship, through to Councillor Byron, through to the rest of council, I think the other comment I would make is, the notion of these sort of further direct charges exist upon the continuum of, to whom are the costs associated. So what I'm getting at is that for a long time, for many municipalities all across the country, fire services were considered as part of the general base rate of your taxes, or they were included in taxes as a certain amount of benefit to all, so on and so forth. As you see cost pressures, searching for different revenues, so on and so forth, a number of municipalities are taking a further look into user pay perspectives. So on the continuum, the way this is set up, and part of the rationale in the other municipalities, is that there's a certain amount of every person's, so to speak, every business's taxes go to provide some of the costs of the fire services. But this takes it to a bit of a further level where your individual service user will be supporting some of those costs directly. Again, through their insurances, and how does that exactly play out across everybody's insurance premiums? I don't know the answer to that, but I guess what I'm pointing out is there is a bit of a consideration here that there's a base level services that we all are privy to through our taxes. If you use the service, so to speak, i.e. a fire in this case, then you will receive a more direct cost associated. So I'll stop there, Your Worship, and see if our General Manager wants to speak to any of the timing, so to speak, as the inclusion at this point in time in the bylaw.
Thank you, Town Manager. The piece that I would add around the fees and charges is the intent was to layer these into our fees and charges bylaw, and it would align with the timing for the next corporate plan cycle. So as you hear, the chief has come up with some estimates, and that would be layered into his budgets should this proceed. And then these fees and charges would be directly inserted into the fees and charges bylaw for council to debate and approve. Typically the end of November is our normal timing around that. So this is sort of step one for everyone to understand, for the fire department to do some education and further work. And that's how it proceeds through our corporate planning process.
Good, thank you. And to Deputy Mayor, yes, so it is, from what I understand from the answers that to the questions that you've asked, it is above and beyond what is typically required from the Stony Plain Fire Services. This is so passed down, let's say, because if it costs us extra money for, as you mentioned, an extra apparatus or an extra vac truck, those services should not be borne on the ratepayer, but it should be borne on the individual using that service. Is how I understand the concept here of cost recovery. Chief Mestel?
Your worship, that is correct. That's the intent of this. And again, it's to basically capture the portion of the fire department charges on insurance policies. If you did not have valid insurance, we wouldn't want to be in a position to, bring further hardship to our residents. So.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything else? Any questions for clarity understanding anymore?
Maybe just a comment now.
Okay. Quick comment. Let's go ahead.
So I appreciate, first I'd like to appreciate the fire department's acknowledgement that adding further hardship to somebody who's, suffered some kind of loss, some type, that's a sensitivity I think everybody can appreciate. So thank you there. But hearing from our CAO and this acknowledgement that this is a further level, this is a change, this is like I say, a financial change, which we heard from our corporate services general manager, is largely due with timing. I appreciate that the timing to get this into our corporate work and have it all follow through is important, but I think it's also very important that our residents understand what they are being charged for. And so I personally would like to make an amendment to separate out the cost recovery portion of this bylaw to be dealt with separately.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you're cutting in and out on your last comment. And actually, we're currently right now just asking questions of clarity and understanding on the presentation from Fire Chief Misto. So anything that you want to change and debate with members of council and provide an opinion on, that'll be later on when I accept the motion to debate second reading.
Okay, well then I will just wait for that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for clarity and understanding? Okay, see no more messages come in, so I will go to my list. Where's my list? Here it is. Oh, page 141, number 11, I believe, Chief Misto. And that deals with fire department lock boxes. So I read that and I understand the premise of doing this. Is it the intent of administration or the fire department to make lock boxes mandatory after this bylaw is passed to all existing buildings? Or is there a grandfather clause, as we've seen in the past, where buildings that are already built that do not have it do not need to meet those codes until some major upgrade is about to happen? Or are we just saying this is mandatory that everybody has to do it?
Your worship, currently right now in the province of Alberta, every building with a alarm system, a sprinkler system is required by code to have a lockbox. The reason that this section 11 was put in was basically the switch to the national code. Basically, there's rumors that this may disappear. Alberta being one of the few provinces that actually enforces the lockbox. Just maybe there's some that don't know what a lockbox is. Basically, we have a key system that allows us to gain entry to the alarm panel, to control panel rooms, things like that, special service rooms in buildings without doing any damage. We feel that's very important. I mean, it speeds up our response and lessens the burden of repairs to doors and windows on our buildings within the town. So again, this is basically just right now it's currently code, but it's just basically to head off in case it does disappear. It's felt that this is very important to retain in our community.
Okay, thank you for that the answer. And so I'll ask you another question based on your answer. Is you mentioned that there is talk that this might be removed from the national code. So if it is getting removed from the National Fire Code, then why is the town of Stony Plain looking at putting it into our fire code? Because if it's not mandated nationally, obviously the insurance agencies or whoever the powers to be don't deem this as necessary. Why are we asking for it?
Your Worship, just the amount of times that we actually utilize our lockbox is very important. The again, as discussed, the increase of speed, going to alarm calls, to fire calls, medical calls, it's all about timing, and the time it takes to access our key and access the building, using their keys versus breaking windows, smashing doors, things like that is we feel it's very important to retain what's already here and sustain it into the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, and I would concur and accept that. My next question is on 5.7, I believe. Let me find a page number for you. Page 138. I think it says fire permits are not required for recreational fires, confirmed within accessible recreational fire pit for use cooking, etc., and places that have been installed by the town of Stony Plain or on behalf of the town of Stony Plain. So I remember many years ago when I was a child, we used to have some cooktops or some fire pits within our community. They have been removed, and I do not see any have been replaced. I also recall looking at the Rotary Park updating and kind of the different phases, and one of the phases has trails within the wooded areas with cooktops and fireplaces. Are we planning to have some of this installed in our community in the future? Is that why this is in here?
Your Worship, I cannot speak on the other planning departments that are planning to do that. The intent on this was basically Christmas light up was one example where we have the big fire pits drug onto Main Street. They're supervised by the town. They're in place by the town. They're operated by the town. They would not require a fire permit. Again, the New Year's celebration at Heritage Park. Again, the same fire pits are used, operated by the town. So those would be the instance that come to mind that wouldn't require a fire permit.
Okay. Thank you. And then another question, in terms of recreational or individual fire pits, etc. I believe that there was a zero charge for an inspection, which is appreciated. Thank you very much. And I think that's part of the service that we need to provide our residents. Is there a process where homeowners or builders can come to the town of Stony Plain or to the fire department to get the specs and how to build a proper one with the proper separations from fences, housing, and having the proper water available before they build it? Because I hate to see somebody spend a large amount of money to create a recreational fire pit in their backyard and then ask the fire department to come inspect it and then have that be not approved and having them to remove it or move it to a different location in their yard.
Your Worship, yes, we do have in the town office in the big with all the brochures, there is a document with the requirements for an acceptable recreational fire pit. We also have it on the fire department website, and the planning department has been very good in forwarding people. We will get several calls a month, in the summer, and most of the time the instructions are very clear, very well laid out, and very open. But the odd time somebody will have a question, and we will go take a look. Just part of our day-to-day operations. So, yeah, the idea is again to work with people than work against them, and we've had very good success with it.
Good. Okay, thank you very much for answering those questions. I think that's all I have. I'll save my other comments for later and debate with members of council. Members of council, any other questions and comments for clarity and understanding? Councillor Laurie, you have a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just so I'm very clear before we go into debate, through you to the fire chief. So when we speak about the Class 1 fireworks, and you talked about the changes from the fire code, from a provincial fire code to a federal fire code, and then removed from the fire code, and now in, I can't remember exactly what you called it on the federal side of things. So I'm understanding from your description, and I just want to be crystal clear, that it is legislated in code that we are required to legislate a permit for the storage and discharge of fireworks, given the nature of the product?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the actual legislated, I would have to look that up and get back to you. I don't have that in front of me at this time. I know basically when it was in the Alberta Fire Code, it was definitely pushed, through the Safety Codes Council to, if you're going to allow the discharge of them, you have to allow the sale and vice versa. You can't sell and ban them, and you can't, and that's where we were continuing on from.
Okay, but so for clarity purposes, there is nothing legislating us to have a bylaw requiring a permit for the discharge?
Okay. Chief Bristol?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I would have to get the actual number. Basically, under the National Resource Canada, it talks about requiring licensing, things like that under the Explosives Act and regulation, but I don't have the actual in front of me at this time.
Okay. Thank you, and maybe we can get that up when the council goes into debate over this. Any other questions of clarity and understanding? See no more hands up, no more texting for speaking order. So thank you very much for the presentation, Fire Chief Bristol. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, members of council, we'll move back to our bylaw 8.2. We had the presentation, so I will need a motion from council so we can talk about it and debate it. Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to Fire Services Bylaw 2646/PS/21 as amended.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Pletchko. Members of council, the floor is open for comments, questions, and debate amongst ourselves in terms of what is proposed before us in the Fire Services Bylaw. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. While I can sincerely appreciate the bylaw that's before us today, I do have problems with two different parts of it. Number one being on page 137 of our council package, item 3.1.1, letter B, providing medical first response through a partnership with Alberta Health Service. And the second being, as I'm sure you can tell, around the Class 1 fireworks. So I'll start speaking in regards to the 3.1.1, and I don't necessarily have an opposition to the town of Stony Plain providing medical first response or providing medical services to the residents of our community. In fact, I think that the 38 Delta and Echo calls that we attended in 2020 and the 47 Delta and Echo calls we attended in 2019 are incredibly important to our community, and that's a service that I certainly would not like to see go away. What I'm concerned about is the specific wording of this bylaw that limits us, if I want to call it, to providing medical first response through a partnership with Alberta Health Services. The Medical First Responder Program is a program that is in place through Alberta Health Services that essentially dictates a partnership between the fire departments, which, as we've heard, includes absolutely zero compensation back to the municipalities for that. If we factor in the stand down calls and the Alpha Bravo Charlie responses for 2020, the cost of the wages alone for the town of Stony Plain was $15,517.44. If we factor in 2019 for the 27 stand down calls, the 42 Alpha Bravo Charlies, or I might have those backwards, that equaled a total of $17,097.51. These are wages that the town of Stony Plain is paying to paid on call firefighters for AHS triggering an alarm that essentially very limited need for the fire department to attend, because AHS does not have the manpower to actually send their own employees to do that work. So instead of the provincial government stepping up and providing this level of employment, providing these positions, providing appropriate service, they have downloaded this onto municipalities such as ours that now are incurring these significant expenses. So I would like to see this bylaw come back to council with a change in that wording to generalize medical service provision rather than specifying it as a medical first response through partnership with Alberta Health Services. That's concern number one. Concern number two I have is in regards to the the recreational fireworks. Well, I can understand that there've been some changes in the legislation and that as the town of Stony Plain, we've never really had legislation around this. I'm still not sure that I understand the need for the inclusion in this bylaw. As we heard last meeting, and as I clarified again this meeting, we have had 0 reportable incidents in the previous 5 years of any type of fire or property damage caused in the town of Stony Plain by the storage or discharge of recreational grade fireworks. We also don't require a permit for a recreational fire pit. And so when you look at the type of these products, you look at the application of these products, I'm not sure that we really require this. And I'm more than happy if by the federal law it states that we do require this. I'm more than happy for that to stand true. However, if it doesn't say we require that, then I'd like to see us dig a little bit more into this and understand. To Mayor Choi's point, no, I don't want somebody to have a garage packed full of recreational grade fireworks that we are completely unaware of. But if somebody goes to the store and wants to buy 4 Roman candles for their child's birthday party, I certainly don't think that person should be held to the same standard of having to go through the hoops of a permit process when their neighbor next door can have a fire pit that could have just as many potential concerns or problems. We have rules around the fire pits, but they don't require a permit. So why can't we have rules around the fireworks and not require the permit? And then those rules could also be have a limit as to the amount that somebody is allowed to store or discharge without that. So, Your Worship, with that consideration, I would like to put a motion on the floor to defer this bylaw back to administration to bring forward an alternative wording for section 3.1.1B to generalize medical services provision. And I would like to have administration also bring back options in respect to the recreational fireworks and whether we are or are not required by law to issue permits, and some potential options if we are not required to allow a permit by law.
Okay. Thanks for your comments and your questions, Councillor Laurie. I'm just going to defer that and not accept it for right now, as we have not had any other members of council speak and weigh in on this topic. And also the fact that maybe with some of the kind of changes in terms of first responder or medical response to generalized medical provision, if that could be changed as we saw that it was changed on section 6.3.0 regarding that you don't need a fire permit to purchase fireworks. I think that's just fair for other members of council. Councillor Laurie.
I can appreciate that, Your Worship. I won't call a point of order on that. I will allow that, but I would like my motion to stand after comments have been made.
And for sure, and I'll come back to you to make that after you've heard some other comments. But the reason I'm not doing this is because it's not fair to the other members of council. Councilor Laurie, if I choose you to speak first and you ask the questions that you want and you make the motion, then no other council has the ability to speak into the fire services bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd respectfully disagree because I'm just asking for a deferral, so any other potentials could still be made as a motion. And when this comes back to council, there would still be opportunity at that point in time as well.
100%. But then how long do we push this out? Because if the next comes back and then another councillor has a question and needs the clarity and pushes that for another meeting and then comes back for the next meeting, do you understand where I'm coming? I want to get all the questions and answers right now. So if we do defer it, it's done once with all the relevant information that council needs to make a decision.
Yes, Your Worship, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Meyer. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I mentioned earlier, I have a certain level of discomfort with the change that we're making. Not necessarily that it's not necessary. I've had time to consider that. What I'm concerned about is that this is a significant change, and it is a change that will affect people's bottom dollar. And so I would like to see that portion of this bylaw separated out and dealt with separately for clarity, for clarity. So we can be, what's the T word? Transparent.
Okay. So you want the fees and charges to be removed?
And to be debated on, voted on separately. I acknowledge that we will have to pay for a fire department. This is what we are doing. We are coming up with ways to do that. I mean, but we are also doing other things like addressing fireworks and false alarms. And it does seem like quite a bylaw that maybe our residents would benefit from having it dealt with in individual sections.
Yes, and that's this opportunity as members of council can make those amendments to the motion that is presented before us. For example, if you are concerned about the additional charges, you may make an amendment to remove those additional charges so that there be 0 additional charges.
Okay, let me consider that. And if you want to move on to the other councillors, I will think about it during this time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Deputy Mayor. Move on to Councillor Bennett. Questions, comments, and debate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions, but honestly, that one of them is more to debate with Councillor Laurie. So I will ask the general question first. When it comes to the fireworks permit, I understand this is a new section, and I know that Chief Mistel was looking at comparable and neighboring municipalities when coming up with this bylaw. So how do our neighboring municipalities handle fireworks? Do they have to have a permit to have them, or have they updated their bylaws? I just think that it is so inconsistent at times when you can do one thing in one municipality and that's not allowed in another municipality, and we're all so close together. So basically, I just want to know what our other neighboring municipalities do. Do they have a fireworks permit?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. Administration, go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett. You hit the nail on the head when you said it's very inconsistent. I mean, that's from north to south, east to west in the province. In our region, one area has a fireworks permit that you would not typically get an approved permit. The second area would basically, they sell the fireworks only basically for 3 occasions out of the year. Other days outside of that, you would not get a permit for those. Again, we tried to align this closely with what Edmonton is currently unveiling, and that's where we looked at. The other areas are going to be opening up their fireworks bylaws for review, but at the time that we were moving ahead with this, they were not ready to make a change yet. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As usual, it's clear as mud as to doing anything the same as our neighbors. So thank you, Chief Mistel.
Okay, any other questions? You said you had a comment to what Councillor Lowry had said earlier. So I think this is a good time because I've asked him to hold off, and I'll come back to him a little bit later. So if you want to make those comments, you can do it now, because I want to go back to him and then we debate the motion. So any thoughts?
Yeah. So so his motion is to defer this, and so my comments are directly related to the AHS downloading that's happening. So I am all in favor of looking at that and finding out how we can adjust those costs. But I don't think that we need to stop this bylaw that we've already worked on and had a first reading on. I don't think we need to defer this in order to address that problem. I think that it is a provincial problem, and we would get a much more information and cohesiveness if we advocated our situation, and all municipalities, except I believe there were 4 or 5. And so I'm just afraid that if we change that clause and we don't have all the information we need, we could lose that portion that our fire department does help AHS. And so I'm just afraid that if we start tinkering with it without backing from everyone else and everyone else seeing the same thing we're seeing, that it could cause this, I think it could cause some disservice to our residents. So I think that I think we leave that portion in here until we do some advocating and then come at it as a group opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. And I don't think Councillor Lowry was asking to remove it. It was just asking to do some wordsmithing on that. Maybe to administrative staff, how many municipalities are allowed to invoice or charge AHS for services?
Your worship, it's the town manager. I don't know that I could give you a number, but as I think as the fire chief said, those places that have agreements for the emergency that basically run an ambulance service have a different setup, a different design on this particular issue. Your worship, if you allow me, I will provide, I guess, a bit of advice on this particular thing. I think that your worship and the rest of the council, this is a concern, this is an issue, this is a policy decision, or could be. I think the amount of information that you have in front of you on this particular item, like the AHS stuff, is minimal. And frankly, I would advise you not to get too far down that dialogue, because I don't know that you have the proper information to even have that dialogue at this point. It wasn't the focus of this bylaw prep, and we can certainly do that work, because I think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed. Now, should council see fit to defer for one reason or another, absolutely council's direction to provide. But I wouldn't go too far down this rabbit hole, because I don't know that you have the information to even go down it at this point. I think there's a dialogue to be had, a conversation to be had, and direction to potentially be provided. When that is exactly, I think it could be sometimes in the reasonable future, but there's a lot of information, a lot that goes into that conversation. I'll stop there, Your Worship. I don't mean to shift one thing or the other, but I think there's a lot of dialogue that could be had on that at some point.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Bennett. So in terms of wording, if that was out or it was changed, is that understanding that Stony Plain Fire Department will not respond to requests from AHS for assistance?
Your Worship, I'll jump in there on that. So, and I don't know the intent of any particular councillor at this point in time, but that section B does provide the overall, broad direction that we get into the medical first response with the partnership with AHS. That's reasonably clear. That so if it was to be removed, then that would no longer be the case. Interpretation. If you go down, on page 137 after the letter K, there is a blanket in accordance with the policies and guidelines established by the town from time to time and all applicable legislation. That to me speaks to, should council wish to provide a direction on the level of that partnership or the intricacies of it, or the agreements that we may or may not wish to have or push forward to the province or so on, I think that could fall in that subclause noted underneath K. So, Your Worship, again, I guess just some broad stroke advice here. I think there is a policy discussion to be had. I think this bylaw could go forward without any substantial changes on that particular item. The follow-up dialogue would have to be had. It would be a fair amount of information coming from us. There would be info going into the province, coming back and forth. And the other thing I'll add at this point, Your Worship, is I think this dialogue has been had in different ways and different times with the provincial government. As we've been here, I know our General Manager of Strategic Services sent me an email that references some stuff from 2017 where this was brought forward as an AMA resolution. So there is a history there. And frankly, Your Worship, the system hasn't changed. So that would be your basic provincial government response at this point. Again, Your Worship, I'm going to stop there. I think I've said enough on this particular one.
Okay. Appreciate it, and thank you very much for staff for finding the AUMA resolutions that have been advocating for more fair playing field, especially when municipalities are providing services on behalf of the AHS in terms of first response or assisted lifts, etc. I'm not getting kind of paid back for that. That does overall hurt our municipalities' bottom line, because we are providing services to the provincial government. So in terms of, before I move to the next speaker, in terms of Councillor Laurie's comments regarding 3.1.1b, so instead of saying providing medical first response, how different would it be if it was just said providing generalized medical response?
Your Worship, it's the town manager here, and respectfully, Your Worship, if council as a whole, really wishes to look at the wording of that specifically, frankly, I think, that should be referred back and we could provide some further advice. I would be hesitant to get into, specific wording changes on some of these pretty key clauses without maybe a bit further understanding and information, Your Worship.
Okay, and so another question is then, because we identify Alberta Health Services, is that something that we have to do, or can we just get rid of that as well? And just say our goal as a fire department is to provide, medical response and aid to residents and to whoever. Why does it have to be listed as partnership with Alberta Health Services? To me, a partnership means it's a two-way. If all we're doing is just providing this for AHS and they're not giving us anything back, how's that a partnership?
Your worship, through to you and to the rest of council. Again, your worship, I would be hesitant to make too many changes to those specific wordings without having a greater understanding of what they may or may not imply.
Okay. Thank you, and I'll come back with another question and comment later regarding further things. Moving on to questions, comments, and debate to Councillor Loy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody. I've been listening intently here to this entire conversation. Judy, you stole my lines. I'm going to echo really what you said, and maybe just a few other points here. I believe the issue with the AHS is something that has to be addressed. And I agree with you, Mayor, that it's something that has to be addressed on a provincial level through our towns west, towns east, etc. I think if we get the majority of those municipalities thinking the same way as we do, we're going to have a much better success. Although we're going to be asking for money, and the province doesn't have it, they're going to be reluctant to give it. But I think they may not have much choice if you have like an 80% or 85% of the municipalities through AUMA supporting it. I have some concerns about the fire pits. I really think that there should be some rules and regulations around them. Fire pit is fire, and fire can be, well, it's one of the most destructive things that we have. So I'd like to see a little tightening up of that. Not too much worry about the fireworks. Just say no incidences in 5 years, which is remarkable. And yet on July 1 and on New Year's Eve, I hear them down in our area because I think people think they could shoot them off and hit into the park and not cause any issues. So I'd like the fire, I'm not too much worried about the fireworks. I mentioned a comment there the chief made, and I have a question, like, are we ahead of the curve, we being Stony Plain? You mentioned that other municipalities have decided not to weigh in on their fire services bylaw, yet we're deciding to do it. Are we ahead of the curve then in this by comparison?
Okay. Thank you. Administration?
Your Worship, through Councillor Loy. That's a tough one. I believe our open burning bylaw was past its shelf life. We were due for an upgrade. Like I said, it was a recommendation out of our master plan, and again, I think what we're bringing forward is workable and meets the needs for today and for the next few years. As far as ahead of the curve, I think we're addressing a few things that others are just discussing, the lock boxes, things like that. Again, our fireworks section is in alignment with what a large municipality to the east of us is doing. So, they've done a lot of the research and the legwork, and we were following their lead on that. So I think ahead of the curve, behind the curve, that's I guess depends where you sit on the curve. But I feel we're doing a good job, and we're trying to keep things rolling forward.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. Anything else?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I look at it as that we are out in front of this. We are being one of the leaders in the municipalities, so I applaud you and the rest of SLT on this. I just kind of lost my, the town manager. Tom, I really appreciate your comments there about going down this rabbit hole, that we really do not have the adequate information, which I think with Councillor Laurie there, if we do defer it to look at some of this wording and get maybe some better explanations, I would be behind this. And keeping in mind though, to everybody, laws change. You take a look at the criminal code, which is the biggest or the most powerful in the land. It's changing constantly, and so are provincial legislation. So we can make this and we can bring it in, and we review these things annually. So if we see a miscue or something like that, or things change at a different level, that can always be reviewed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Appreciate that, and definitely because there is the criteria for what is a safe fire pit and how to make sure that they're suspect and they're properly distanced from combustible materials. Moving on to Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Great conversation. Lots of good info here tonight. Just want to make a few comments. I do think that it's important for the lock boxes. I think that's something that, being passed on the fire hall, I think it's something that helped with response times, and I think it gives the fire department some great ability to be able to get things done in a quick response. Little concerned with no permits required for fire pits. Everything we do within our community, you want to build a deck in your backyard, you got to go get a permit for it. And I think it's important when we're putting these things in that we're respective of what is in our neighborhoods. So the distance, the size, what it should be made out of, some of them things I think is important and to have there. I mean, if we're talking about permitting stuff, if we're permitting a fire pit in the backyard and I want to take a little tire rim out of there, I don't know that that's a protective style type of fire burn pit that we should be allowing within our community. So I do think that there's some need for this to be worked a little bit more. Firework permit, I will agree with Councillor Laurie in some aspects of this. Just your general everyday use of a small fireworks, we see them within our community all the time. I can tell you from where I sit out here in the country, we probably see them twice a week at least within our community. I'm just curious, this question is to Chief Mistel. What conversations have you had with our local suppliers? Have you actually had a one-on-one conversation where you identified yourself, where you went in and said that you were thinking of this bylaw? What was their response to that when you actually went in there? How did they say to you they would like to work within the system to make people knowledgeable? Are we able to work with them to do the permits? And the reason I say that is if there's a process in place and somebody wants to buy a set of fireworks for some odd reason on a Saturday night, how do they get to the fire hall when it's Monday to Friday from 8 to 5? So I'm thinking outside of the box a little bit, where we have people within our community that all of a sudden something comes up, maybe they have a childbirth and they think that's a great idea to have fireworks because of it. But now they got to wait 3 or 4 days to do it. Not everybody plans weeks ahead. Not everybody plans Monday to Friday. So I'm just wondering if there's some alternatives that you've been able to have conversations with our local suppliers, the people that sell the fireworks within our community, and of them, how many have given you true input that helped us come up with what we have here today?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Plechko. That's good comments and a good question. The administrator.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko. Yeah, basically in town, we currently have 2 vendors. The one, there was a bunch of younger younger staff there, so there wasn't a great conversation. But the second one, the owner was there, and we probably had a 40-minute plus discussion on just the rules, and they want to do things right as well. I think they're not. I mean, I don't believe our vendors are, fly by night, profit at all cost. I think they want to do it right, and they were actually quite excited. And we were just, discussing different ways of doing it, like you said, the planning. I mean, when you look at some of the partners in the area, you have 3 to 5 day turnaround time. I believe Edmonton is 5 day, from the time your application goes in to the time you get an answer back. There's others, smaller municipalities, that actually have a system set up where it can be done at the vendor itself. And so, that came up in our conversation, and they weren't against it. The one vendor we talked with definitely wasn't against something like that. I mean, that's going to take a little bit of time to work the bugs out. I mean, are we going to get it right the first time? Probably not. I hope we're close. And as we move forward, we'll be able to fine tune it. Again, the idea, the plan is to have it on the website. And basically you'd go in, and we want to make it as user-friendly as we can, where it's, yes, no, yes, no. The big thing is submit a picture of your property. So, I mean, you can do that through Google Earth, right on the website. We've looked at multiple different options, and you can actually, drag the pin, put it on your house, and then that would trigger to the fire department for your approval. And then it would be a yay or a nay. The big one is it comes down to the types of fireworks is the big one. So if you have, you want to, a Canada Day type celebration, for example, in my backyard, it probably wouldn't happen. But no, again, we definitely have looked at many different options to make this as easy. We don't want to make it so cumbersome. We're just going to drive everything underground. That's not going to benefit anybody. We want to make it work, and if you make it work and make it, not so difficult, I think you'll get a better buy-in from the vendors, from the purchasers, from the end users, and that's the goal we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pashko.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate those answers. I do feel that this is something that. With a little more wordsmithing, I think we could have a good bylaw. And I think if I was comfortable knowing that you had good conversations with both of the suppliers within our community, I don't want to hinder anybody's business today. Business has struggled for 2 years. We start putting too many rules in place. I think here's a good opportunity for us to work with those local vendors to allow them to have a bit of control to begin with. And we really had nothing for 5 years. So if we work with them to be able to control a little bit of that, it still allows them to be able to sell the product that they have on the shelf. And if we're finding that that's not working by them monitoring and issuing the permits, then by all means, I think that's something that, we bring back to the fire hall, where the fire hall has the final say. I mean, today, really, how much more downloading do we need to put on the fire hall to add more work for the people that are there today? So, I think that there's an opportunity here to get this right. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be done tonight. I think I heard Chief Mistel say a bit ago that he's done a fair bit of work on it. And there's still a little bit of stuff that can be done. So I think there's still the opportunity here to do the new bylaw right the first time. Not that there will be anything that we don't have to change along the way. That's a great thing about bylaws. They get changed on a regular basis to meet the needs of the community. So smaller steps at a time. And definitely the AHS thing, when I think about the fire hall for many years and the conversations that went on at the fire hall about the downloading that's happening, there's definitely a conversation that needs to be had there with our local MLAs, with AUMA, and and with all of the fire services within the province. I think there's an opportunity here where those that have had contracts in place for years, like our neighbors to the east of us, they're being compensated for that. That's how they're allowed to have such nice amount of members. They are well paid for what they do. And I think it's time that the province, we had some good discussion with the province to get us to the same place, or at least halfway along the way, with some ability to increase that. So just some general thoughts and comments, and I really appreciate the debate tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Pletchko, and I would agree with you that there needs to be a lot more work done in terms of advocacy with the provincial government. I believe that I think you were in a meeting with me and a couple of ministers a few years ago. We were talking about emergency services, and one of the comments that I made was that we have police, which should be a service for all of our residents, and which is provided and kind of under jurisdiction of the province. We have EMS, which is a essential service, which is under the jurisdiction of the provincial government, and they fund it. But here we have fire, which I believe is also an essential service, which is not under jurisdiction of the provincial government, where they fund it. I think that's one of the shortcomings. I believe police, emergency, and fire should all be emergency services and services that we provide for our residents that need to be covered and funded by the provincial government, so that all Albertans have the ability and access to those services. I'm going to go back to your comment regarding the fireworks permit. And I would agree with yourself and other members of the council that have commented that this hasn't been an issue. And I can understand where this is coming from the fire chief, and definitely from my comments earlier about making sure that we have kind of understanding and safety for fire chief and his members when they go into a home or go into business that may be storing excessive numbers of fireworks. So my question to the chief is, we understand that the recreational, the person that's going to shoot it off because they had a baby or because they were celebrating something is not the issue. So having them to apply for a permit to fire it off or to store it for a day or two may seem cumbersome. And for the last little while, we've been looking at reducing red tape for our residents, our businesses. I think this just adds red tape to that. So in your expert advice, what amount of fireworks is a danger to residents and to the fire department? I can understand definitely a retail store that's selling it, because they do carry and store a lot, and definitely they should have a fireworks permit. Maybe, for example, is it 5? If somebody walks into the store and they want to buy 5 fireworks, then you need a permit. But if you buy 4, you don't. So Chief Mistel, or to administration, is there a number where it's acceptable not to have one? Because we currently don't have one. And I've heard from this presentation and previously that we haven't had any issues.
Worship, that's a tough one. When your question of how many are safe, I mean, it's just looking in the store visits. Again, I'm not a fireworks fan. I'd rather do other things than sit and watch things blow up like that. But the size and the shape and the amount of charge, that's I don't think we can answer that. In the right hands, plenty could be 100% safe. In the wrong hands, one could be very, very dangerous. We get the youth get your hands on it. Some kids can be very, very detrimental. Just going back over the last 5 years from the stats the community peace officers pulled, there was 5 fireworks related incidents over the last 5 years. So again, not great numbers, but again, I still think we need to have some things in place just to, basic lay out the rules and make sure that everybody's following the same rules. That's the biggest one province wide, is there's so much. So you basically, whatever the area you're in is dictating, you know, and the hope is that, you know, with Edmonton moving in this direction that we're shadowing, many others in the region will follow that as well with their the terminology and the use and the permitting. That's the hope, to standardize it. I mean, at the end of the day, it'd be nice for the province to step in and say, no, this is the way it is, whether you live in Fort McMurray or Medicine Hat. But I don't think we're going to see that. So we're left on our own. So again, back to your original question, I don't know if we can answer, you know, what's the safe limit. It's like I said, if you're ever in a store with fireworks, just go have a look in the cabinet, and man, you'll see some pretty impressive explosive charges just sitting there waiting. And again, in the wrong hands, they could be deadly and devastating. In the right hands, they can be very beautiful and exciting.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Your question then. Currently, you mentioned that there's 2 retail suppliers in the town of Stony Plain. Are they required to register anything?
Basically, they need a valid business license, and then follow the regulations set out by National Resource Canada. And the inspections that were done, it appears that they are doing the proper storage, and the tracking of when you purchase. You must provide photo ID, copies taken, you know, what you purchased, and that's kept on file. And they were meeting those requirements.
Thank you very much. Any members of council for more questions, understanding debate before I go back to a couple of the other queries and suggestions from members of the council, specifically Councillor Laurie and Councillor Meyer. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to my deputy mayor. Any thoughts about what you commented on before regarding the fees and services that is kind of outlined in this bylaw?
I have, thank you, Your Worship, and yes, I have thought about it a bit more. I'm kind of curious, and so it just leads to another question, really, I should say. So I would liken this to our franchise fees. It's a charge that we apply to a third party that then turns around and charges it back to our residents. So it's not necessarily that we are directly charging them, but they are ultimately going to pay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but our utility franchise fees come to us as a separate bylaw that we then vote on separately each time that we raise them. So my question is, through you to administration or yourself, how will we look at these charges in the future if they are to be raised?
Okay, that's a very, very good question and good comment. I think that does make sense. And so members of administration, any comments regarding the fees and charges? It is outlined in the bylaw. With our other bylaws, it has been indicated that it is part of the fees and charges, and that's where you go to find the numbers. Is there something different about this and why it's here, or could we actually approve this and then have this moved into our fees and charges every time it comes up? I think it's a yearly review, as Councillor Meyer has mentioned.
Your Worship, I believe the general answer is that from here, or you know, the typical process would be through the fees and charges bylaw that comes at and around the corporate plan timing. Okay, you know, so if council was to see fit to adopt this, so to speak, you know, the next time it would be coming in, or any changes thereafter would likely be during the corporate planning / fees and charges bylaw timing.
Okay.
Unless for some substantial change or reason that unless there was something significant or timely that would not follow that process. But that would be the general answer, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So that when we can just add a little sentence there where it says the fees and charges are reviewed yearly with Council's privy during the fees and charges.
And sorry if are you
yeah, go ahead. Definitely.
Thank you. So I appreciate those comments, and I think I would be comfortable with that. The only thing I would add, and I think would help sort of alleviate my apprehension here, is when I look at our lead sheet, I look at our communications around this, and it really sort of glosses over what I think is a fairly significant change. So if I could be assured by administration that our communications would specifically point out that this is a new charge and how it may affect people's insurance rates, that if I could get that as an assurance that would be included in our communications, I think I could support this.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So members, administration, so comments on the communications plan if and when this council gets approves the fire service bylaw.
Your Worship.
Sorry, Your Worship. I'll comment on that. And certainly allow. Would ask the fire chief to correct me if I misspoke. But I believe the idea was that through the remainder of 2021 there would be a communication and a education process. I don't know that I could comment specifically on the exact level of that, but I do believe that would be the intent moving forward. And I would ask the fire chief if he would either, if I'm offline, please say so, or if you have anything further to add, please do so now.
Okay, thank you. Fire chief.
Your Worship, yes, that's exactly what was the vision. We would be working with communications and roll it out. Plus, we would have basically handouts that we would be giving to our customers, so to speak, that we would go and just outline some of the potential costs. And again, the costing would be with insurance. It wouldn't be tagged on to people that didn't have insurance, or it's just to tap into the part that's already there. We're already paying for it, but it's been underutilized for many years.
Okay, thank you very much. And Deputy Mayor, I'll direct you to page 142 of our agenda package and item 12.3.0. I think you referred to it earlier, and its response to that's described in 12.1 and 12.2 is that charges will not exceed the owner's maximum insurance coverage. If the owner does not carry valid insurance, response charges may be waived. So again, I think that addresses your issues and concerns that this is not something that we want to burden our residents on. We pay insurance already for houses, cars, and etc. Whatever is required so that we can operate vehicles, etc. This clearly states that that if there is insurance, we will seek to recover the costs that the town of Stony Plain has borne on that, above and beyond what we normally do. So typically, if we respond to the fire, that's great. We don't charge anybody for that. But if we require additional resources like a backhoe or something to help, vacuum truck something out or cover something else or dig a holes, etc., that will be sought to be recovered because that's above and beyond the service level that we normally provide. And that also saves the residents the hassle as well. If you can envision a scenario where a fire department comes and puts out the fire, but then goes away, and then the homeowners left like, okay, how do I knock this down? How do I do this? How do I make that safe? So that then they will be on the hook to going through their insurance to getting this all done. Whereas this way, our fire department has those connections already in place, and we can take care of that, and then they'll be just issued through their insurance. And if you realize that if they do not have insurance, definitely, as mentioned by the fire chief, this is not to put an additional stress or strain on our residents, because it can be waived then if that is the case. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate all those comments. I do. And I do appreciate you pointing out that last part. But maybe what I haven't quite communicated, what I'm concerned is that people will not appreciate. Like, I mean, and not to be rude to anyone, but I get kind of a kick out of this idea that we're going to discuss charging back AHS. That's not new money. If we charge back the province our AHS services that we're providing to them, the government will just collect, the province will collect more money. Here we are creating a new charge that, listen, insurance companies, I know if the charge is $615, they're going to find a way to collect $650. So what I'm concerned is that people do not appreciate that this is a new charge, and that it's not just insurance that's paying for it. They will ultimately, and if, as I've heard, this is how it's going to be enacted in other communities, you know, people should appreciate that this is a new charge. We haven't always been paying for it. I mean, even if it has been a rider on some insurance claim, this is new. This is a new charge.
To a point, yes, I would agree with that. It is just a kind of a clause for the town of Stony Plain to recover that cost. In terms of a new charge, that clause says that it will not exceed the current limit of the individual. For example, if I have a house burnt down or whatever, something burnt down, and my deductible is $1,000, but my coverage is, say, $5,000, and the cost that they're going to replace my burnt down house is $4,000, but the town of Stony Plain spent an extra $2,000 helping put the fire out and calling the backhoe and stuff, they will issue a charge for the $1,000 so that it does not exceed the coverage of $5,000. So the individual is already paying for that, regardless if we charge for it or not. So once we collect and call an insurance company, if your limit is, for example, $5,000, it doesn't matter if you claim on $1,000 or claim on $5,000. It is one claim, and you get charged based on that per claim. So the bylaw here, from what I read, is that we will not go over what the maximum is, because you're already getting charged as an individual already. I'm not too sure if that makes more sense to you or not, but if they get charged, it's getting charged regardless. So they're already, as a homeowner or a resident, you're already paying that liability through your insurance. Chief, is that how that is written?
Your worship, basically, yeah, I mean, we would be submitting a bill for the response for apparatus, you know, things like that, consumables, to the insurance to a maximum of what your coverage would be. So, I mean, you'd already be making a claim. You know, again, if you have a fire that's going to be $100 and you're not going through insurance, you know, we'd be looking at, you know, not invoicing. You know, the scenario you gave where the house burned down, total rebuild. Yeah, we would be a claim would be put into your insurance, so we'd be looking at putting some fees for service onto to a maximum of your cap for the fire department portion, department charges portion.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Martin, anything else on that? I think you made some good points, and I think you raised a good issue there to make sure that our residents are not, again, added with another fee and charge as has been downloading going on, and this is just to work within the cap of the insurance companies. So that does not cost the town of Stony Plain more money, and therefore then it doesn't cause an increase in taxes from a residents to pay for that.
Thank you. I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. Good comments. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick more comment. I've been on the natural resources page looking at fireworks, and it's I'm just wondering if we're duplicating what it already is needed. Basically, what it says here, if you want to import any explosive, including pyrotechnic effects, manufacture, sell, store, purchase, store, or display fireworks, pretty much you need to get a permit from these people specifically to do just about everything that we're talking about doing here. Is there a way that that certificate, have we looked into this far enough to know that maybe this certificate is something that they could produce to the store, which then could produce fire hall? Or are we just adding more red tape?
Your Worship, to Councillor Plechko, I think there is, under the NRCan legislation, there is two sets. One is the high hazard. That would be the Canada Day, the New Year's, and one is the low hazard, what we're calling the tier 1s. And that's the one that gets a little wonky and falls in between multiple layers of legislation. When we headed down this road, we reached out to the former fire commissioner, who was the champion for fireworks in the province, and he helped us with a lot of the wording and the verbiage. The earlier question that was posed, I'm kind of caught flat-footed looking for an actual number. I think what you're referencing right now, I believe, is the higher hazard ones. It's the lower ones that drop in between. We have a process in place for the high hazard. We issue 1 or 2 of those a year. They know the rules, they know the process. It's the family, the shop grade ones that are falling. So basically, the Explosives Regulation Division of Natural Resource Canada, who administers the Explosives Act, it's a bouncing ping pong ball. Yeah, the class 7.2.1/F1 is the ones that we're kind of dealing with right now. The tier 1, the family grade type fireworks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Going back to Councillor Laurie, you had a couple comments, and I've asked you to hold off on them until now, so we have a good conversation with the members of council. You had 2 issues of concern. One was AHS and the kind of general medical assistance. Do you want us to talk about that right now, please?
Yep, so I'll start in regards to the AHS one, and I'll go back to what I said about I have absolutely no problem with recognizing in this bylaw that the town of Stony Plain Fire Department will provide medical response within the municipality. My problem is when we go as specific to say medical first response, which is the name of a program, through a partnership with Alberta Health Services. Because if we generalize that wording, we can still provide medical first response through a partnership with Alberta Health Services under a more generalized wording. But it also gives us the ability to remove ourselves from the MFR program and operate under our own set of circumstances without having to come back and change this bylaw. When you look through this bylaw, when you look through the rest of 3.1.1, for instance, we provide motor vehicle and equipment extrication. Now, a majority of that actually occurs on the highways, and we bill back Alberta Transportation for that. But nowhere in the bylaw under section 3.1.1 do we say in partnership with Alberta Transportation. Or it's the same thing when we talk about providing emergency management. We don't talk about in conjunction or in partnership with the Alberta Emergency Management Association, or I believe they've changed their name, Or same thing when we talk about responding to hazardous material incidents and incidents involving dangerous goods. We don't talk about that in conjunction with Alberta environment, et cetera, et cetera. So I find that section B under 3.1.1 is very prescriptive when it doesn't need to be. I don't see the reason why we need to include through a partnership with Alberta Health Services in there when we don't include that for any other category and vertical. And I do see a potential for that actually being a hiccup and a potential problem as we move forward. I don't want to see this bylaw have to come back to council to change the wording on that at a later date because we were too prescribed in this, and all of a sudden we've decided that the medical first response program through partnership with Alberta Health Services doesn't actually work for the town of Stony Plain anymore. Because when we bring this to AUMA, we might find opposition because places like the town of Busby or Boyle are significantly different than the town of Stony Plain. Places that don't actually have AHS stationed in their community may find more value in the MFR program than we do. But in a lot of those places, they're also facing a significant difference in response. They're not going to have 54 or 69 calls a year that are going to be so low grade that it costs their municipality $15,000 to $17,000 a year. So although I do feel that we need to bring this forward to AUMA, I do also feel that we may face some opposition at AUMA on this. And so when I think about Stony Plain and I read this bylaw, I don't believe that having a partnership with Alberta Health Services specifically defined in the bylaw needs to be there. I think we can operate under that with more generic wording, and it gives us the opportunity to continue to look at additional options or alternative options that may be more suitable to the town of Stony Plain without having to reopen the bylaw.
Okay. Those are very good good comments, and that kind of summarizes what you're thinking. You heard some conversation from members of council. Are you willing to make a motion to change that?
I am, Your Worship.
Okay, so we'll deal with that at this point in time. Go ahead and make the motion, please.
Would you like me to defer the bylaw back to administration as requested by the town manager, or would you like me to move a motion for some actual amended wording?
Just for the amended wording, I think you that then administration can pipe in if they would like to see that remain the same, or it's okay for that change. Because I think there's lots of moving parts here, and I like to deal with them one at a time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I would look to administration to potentially help with this because, again, I want to recognize the scope of the fire department, similar to as is recognized down in item J, where it talks to at an awareness or first responder level. Obviously, our firefighters are not necessarily trained as paramedics, EMRs, etc. Therefore, we have a limited scope in which we're able to act. So I would look to put forward a motion to change the wording in under 3.1.1 section B to simply providing medical response services.
Okay, thank you. And then that's with anybody. So Alberta Health Services, Alberta Transportation, City of Spruce Grove, Parkland County. I think so. Thank you. Administration, have you marked that down?
Yes, Your Worship. I just marking up my copy here.
Thank you. And then I will go to administration first with the amendment to change that. And I think it's very generic, and I think it does allow us to still provide that partnership with Alberta Health Services and the other entities that was referred to earlier. How does that affect or change your bylaw? With that change, does that mean that we're not going to help Alberta Health Services?
Your Worship, I'll comment there. I don't. I guess I would indicate that I believe we would be able to continue working as we do now, and it would allow some broad level of flexibility, Your Worship. So I think the wording can be applicable to what we do today and potentially different things that we may or may not want to do tomorrow, so to speak, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that comment from administration, and I appreciate that. Councilor Laurie, I'm going to open the floor for questions and debate regarding that, because it is a motion to amend, so that'll be changing that wording. Members of council, Any questions or comments regarding the motion by Councillor Laurie to make that amendment?
Your worship, if I may, just prior to that, can we hear from the fire chief as to whether there needs to be any additional wording identified for the scope of practice for the medical response, or if he feels that it is acceptable the way it's been proposed?
Okay, thank you very much. Fire chief?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Yeah, I don't see any problems with providing medical response services. Basically, the addition of the Alberta Health Services was just to recognize the medical first responder program, which we're just an advanced first aider anyway. So I don't see a problem with the amendment as presented.
Okay, thank you much for those comments, Fire Chief. Okay, members of council, any questions or comments and debates regarding that amendment? Okay, seeing none, I will support the amendment. Thank you for the conversation and thank you for Councillor Laurie to bring that forward. It does make it a little more inclusive so that our fire department can look at different avenues and different partners that we can work with instead of just having it kind of stated there as one. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, Councillor Laurie. With that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor for the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Laurie, I think you also had another issue or comment regarding fireworks. I think you heard some of our comments from other members of council regarding that. So any questions, comments regarding that? I think you have some feedback.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do, and I would still like my motion to stand in respect to a deferral back to administration for alternative options. It was brought up earlier about fire pit rules, and we do have specific fire pit rules. We have rules that talk about what you can and cannot burn in your fire pit. We have rules about the size of the screen that must be on top of your fire pit. We have the rules that your fire pit must be 3 meters from any additional combustible material. And we have all of that in place without having to have a permit. And so I don't see why the same cannot be true for the Class 1 fireworks. Again, when you look on the NRCan website, when you read the stuff on consumer fireworks, the only regulations they have really around the consumer fireworks is more actually around the storage for the sale of. It doesn't necessarily speak specifically to how people must operate on their own. It does have some very limiting items. For instance, so storage for personal use, a person may acquire and store up to 10 kilograms of gross mass of consumer fireworks for use in a dwelling. When consumer fireworks are stored in a dwelling, it has the rules in here. They must be stored away from flammable substances and source of ignition in a manner that protects them from theft and ensures that access to them is limited to people authorized by the user. So, there are some prescribed items in the NRCan side of things, and we could have our own rules here. I don't see the need for a permit on this. I'd like to see us come up with very specific guidance and guidelines similar to that we have with the fire pits. I'm not seeing a justified need to go to this extent of permitting for this in our community. As we heard, no fire instances, no property damage instances, no injury instances within the last 5 years in town. And we've only had 5 complaints to our bylaw officers, which are likely things like a noise complaint. And that's in the last 5 years. Well, how many times have fireworks been discharged within the town of Stony Plain in the last 5 years? And I can tell you, whether it's Canada Day, whether it's New Year's Day, whether it's a random day of the week, that's a significant number. So I would like to move the motion that appears on our screen now, that move the town council refer bylaw 2546 PS 21 back to administration to bring back options in respect to the permitting of Class 1 fireworks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Administration? Do you understand the motion?
Your worship, through Councilor, yeah. I've been reaching out to the former fire commissioner just for some of his guide. Like you said, this was big help from him on this. I guess the permitting was to basically try to help, control, work with the vendors for the sale and the discharge. Things like, where you can discharge it from, public property versus private property, roadways, the hazards, the tight, the density that we're building right now. That's where the concern that, from where we started this from was hopefully going to be alleviated. I think without some sort of system in place, are we going to have, people, shooting them off in their backyard in the dense duplex areas, things like that, off decks, balconies in apartment buildings. I've been scouring trying to get the actual number, but there's so many references to here. I apologize, but that was the intent, was to try not to cripple, but just to try to help promote some rules, and with those rules, if you break those rules, an enforcement opportunity with our CPOs and other police officers in our community. So if you're shooting them off in a school field where you're not supposed to, or there is an incident of injury or property damage, there would be some teeth in this bylaw to allow some charges.
Okay.
But we can do some exploring and see what we can come up with.
Thank you. And yeah, and if the motion passes, it does go back, so you can bring back the options. And one option might be that it stays the same as recommended by administration, and other options that it changes other 1, 2, or 3 different ways, right?
Your worship, may I add a couple comments on that?
Yeah, just before you go on there, I just wanted to ask you, you're asking about permitting for Class 1 fireworks, and because we don't, and you mentioned that we don't require a permit for fire pits. And I've heard members of council saying that fire pits is also a hazard, and I believe that they're more of a hazard than the fireworks. So I don't know how, if we deal and debate this one, then is it possible for you to add and fire pits to this to make that a permitting process as well? Because if it's deferred, then we can't debate that until it comes back after the administration has done the work.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would not be willing to add that as a friendly amendment. I think, as we've heard before, when we start doing things like this, as far as I'm concerned, it's a little bit of overreaching. It's a little bit of us putting in what I would call a larger than necessary amount of red tape for simple enjoyment from our residents. I think we do a great job with the current fire pit rules. I think we have some great resources created around that, and I'd like to see the same around the Class 1 fireworks. I have no desire to see a change to our current fire pit regulations. I think they're sufficient, and I don't think we have any data to support saying that they are not. We've heard that, for example, at the locations that sell the fireworks, they are required to take a photocopy of the person's physical ID. So why could we not create a form from the fire department in conjunction with these vendors that would outline everything that the fire chief just said, that's the form that the copy of their license gets attached to, and they get provided a copy of that form with all of those guidelines and rules and regulations. Again, I think creating a permit process around this, or creating a permit process around a simple recreational fire pit, is overreaching and unnecessary, and there's not enough data to support putting that in place.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the comments. And you said you would like to have them to review that as well, right? So that'd be a friendly?
No, I would not like the fire pits on this motion at all.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, members of council, any questions and comments regarding the amendment, the motion to refer the bylaw back to administration? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
You know what? I'm prepared to. I don't need to make my comment. I think it's been discussed plenty.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'm going to pass you the chair, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I've got the chair.
Thank you. I'm going to make an amendment to Councilor Laurie's referral.
Okay.
That is, and then after Class 1 fireworks, and then I want to put and options in respect to a permitting process for recreational fire pits.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to proceed because I know Councillor Laurie already, but Councillor Laurie, will you accept that as a friendly?
Councillor Deputy Mayor, that's not a friendly. He's already mentioned that, so that's why I passed.
Okay, I was just going to say,
the
yeah, all right. Sorry.
So if administrative staff can add that in, typed in a different color. I'd like to speak to that to Deputy Mayor before you go to the floor and ask members of council for their opinions and their thoughts.
Proceed, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I agree with what Councilor Laurie is saying and his rationale to refer this administration back to administration to bring back some options in terms of respect to permitting. I think we've heard issues from the fire chief mentioning that the densities that we're building, the type of material that we're building with now, because there hasn't been an issue with recreational fire pits. There could be. As we continue to grow and mature as a community and the way that we're building, I think it is probably better and safer for us to have a permanent permitting process for recreational fire pits. As mentioned earlier by Councilor Plechko, we have permanent processes for fences. We have permanent processing for decks. We have processes for a whole bunch of different things to make sure that it is safe and it follows and adheres to the development regulations and the safety codes. This is just an easy process, similar to doing a deck. You say, hey, I want to build a fire pit, you know, and then the town Stony Plain submits them with what they need to require, and then they build out and it gets checked. I think as we can see on the bylaw that there is 0 fees for the fire department to come check it anyways. So I think this is just to ensure that those recommendations that are on the fire service bylaw is met so that we can have a safe community. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Rest of council, questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Meyer. And while I can appreciate where the mayor is coming from with the amendment to the motion, we keep getting a reference back to things like permits for decks. Well, in the town of Stony Plain, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong, you do not need a permit for a deck if that deck is below 24 inches, because again, the risk and liability is significantly lower. When we speak about our fire pits, you need a burn permit in the town of Stony Plain for a certain type of fire, because that type of fire has a higher risk. You need a permit for a certain type of fireworks because those fireworks have a certain level of risk. I don't believe that simple recreational fire pits require a permit, and I don't believe that that is something that we need to be reviewed. It wasn't brought forward in the fire services bylaw. It has not been identified as an issue. Now, we also say that, oh, well, yeah, right now we recognize that this is at 0 fees. Well, if all of a sudden we require a permit for a recreational fire pit in the town of Stony Plain, how many recreational fire pits do we anticipate exist in our already approximately 5,000 dwellings? I'm going to say at minimum, there's at least a couple hundred, if not more. So if all of a sudden the fire department has to go out and inspect every single one of those fire pits, that's going to take a significant amount of resources. So are we guaranteed that that will remain at a $0 fee to do so? I'm not sure. So at this point in time, I cannot support the amendment to the motion. The reason why my motion is in here is because we went from one extreme to the other of not having any rules and regulations to having essentially the tightest rules and regulations we could have, short of banning the fireworks in themselves. I'm looking to find that middle ground. I think we have a nice middle ground right now in regards to recreational fire pits. I don't see anything in the bylaw that I don't agree with in respect to them, and so I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mayor Choi, would you like to close?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I appreciate Councillor Laurie's comments. I'm asking individuals of council to support this, as this is a fire services bylaw. This is the first one that we do have, and we are looking at repealing the open burn permit, which is different than what we've seen in the past. As we continue to make changes to our bylaws into our municipality, this is an option that we can look at. If this comes back with a process, is not if the amendment is correct, and if I'm reading it correctly, I'm asking just for a process. Right? I'm not asking for it to be added in, and at that point in time, members of council, when I see the process, that can be added in to the bylaw or not. So right now we don't have a process for it, and so that is why the amendment is to bring back a permanent process for recreational fire pits from administration. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will call the question.
Just, Your Worship, just one thing. Just reading the wording in the amendment, I'm just wondering if Class 1 fireworks should be changed to Tier 1 fireworks to align with what we have in our bylaw.
Thank you, Fire Chief, but we'll deal with that after, because the amendment doesn't deal with the Class 1 fireworks. It deals with the recreational fire pits. But that's a good point. And then when I assume the chair back, I will ask Councillor Laurie that.
All right, so I call the question on the amendment of the amendment. All those in favor?
Deputy Mayor, I see 3 hands in favor.
All right, and those opposed?
Deputy Mayor, I'm going to have to reset the hands and ask you to call the question again. Just one moment.
Sorry, but we're good with those in favor, right? So I'll just ask for those not in favor.
Deputy Mayor, I'm wondering if it'd be easy just to do a verbal on this one.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Okay. Starting with Mayor Choi.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
Opposed.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
Opposed.
And I am in favor as well. I wasn't actually adding that up as we went along.
So
that would be
Deputy Mayor, that's 4 in favor and 2 opposed.
Thank you. So that passes.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Deputy Mayor, appreciate that. Good work. I reassume the chair.
Oh, I don't get to hand it back.
No, I just reassume. Thank you very much for your work. Going back to Councillor Laurie, I think the Fire Chief Miss Little made a good comment regarding Class 1 to change that to a Tier 1 to be consistent. Are you okay with that?
Yep, if that's how we refer to it in the bylaw, then I am 100% in favor of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, I think we had the conversation around this. Thank you for indulging me with the amendment. Moving back to the original motion now that has options back to bring back options in respect to the permitting of Tier 1 fireworks, and also ask for a permitting process with recreational fire pits. Any more comments regarding the proposed referral motion?
Your worship, I just want to make sure that it's clear, and maybe administration can advise me if they think that a change is necessary, because it speaks options in respect to the permitting. And I'm just curious if the implication of that is that the options will only be considerate of a permit and what rules will be under the permit, or if we need to change that to allow for options that don't require a permit to be included in what is brought back to council.
Your worship, town manager here, no, you mean, I read those to interpret that, you mean options, permitting options. One of the options is that there are no permits. That would be an option that would be explored, reviewed, considered, and potentially brought forward or not. But I would expect a couple different options, and one of them could be no permitting for either or both.
Excellent, thank you. I am satisfied with that then, your worship.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Any last comments before I call the question from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the referral motion?
Mr. Mayor, there's 5 hands in favor.
Okay, those opposed?
And that's 1 hand opposed.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that has carried. Administration, with the referral motion, I'm asking in terms of time frame. Can we get it back for the July 15th council meeting?
Your worship, I don't know that I would indicate that we can be back by the 15th. It depends on the level of work. That's a pretty quick turnaround, and now we have to have stuff a week in advance, as council is aware, is our own internal timeline. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. If we aren't able to do that, it would be August 16th.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And that was a trick question because we don't meet on July 15th. I'm just making sure that you're on your toes and we're not sleeping. Actually, it is July 12th that we meet. So definitely we'll try to get it for sure by the August council meeting. Okay. With that, thank you very much, members of council, for your contributions and deliberation on that. That was a very good conversation that we had around the table. Moving on to 8.3. What time is it? It is 8:55. So let's call a 10-minute recess so that we can kind of readjust. 9:05, please. If everybody come back at 9:05. Great, Shay, are you ready? Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our council meeting. I am just going over my notes here, and you know what, I think because we had such a long conversation and debate regarding this one, I don't think I called the question on that, or did I? Can the recording secretary or admin staff check? I think we had a 6-0 on the wording change, and then a 4-2 on the amendment to the deferral, and a 5-1 to add the deferral. But then I don't have any notes about on the original motion made by Councillor Palechko. Can administration confirm, please? Oh, never mind. I just wrote my notes here that because it was deferral, I don't need to have a motion on the original motion. When it comes back, then the original motion comes back through Councillor Palechko. Admin staff.
That's correct, Your Worship, that because it got referred back to administration, when we bring it back, then we'll ask for that vote to occur at that time.
Okay, thank you. My scribbles said August bring back HP, so which means Councillor Palechko, but because I've been writing so much, I missed that. Thank you. Moving on to 8.3, which is the back storm pond slope remediation. So again, looking at the debenture borrow. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is picking up second and third reading after we did the first reading with council on May 25th of this year. Council approved the project for the back storm remediation as well as the first reading for this borrowing bylaw in the amount of $12,075,000. There was a mandatory notice of the borrowing bylaw that was advertised within the local newspaper for 2 weeks, and there have been no responses received from the public regarding this. As a reminder, borrowing this amount of money takes us to 53% of the MGA debt limit, and the debenture will be repaid by the storm rates. There was question from council at the first reading around grants, and I think specifically the Alberta Community Resilience Grant Program, which we were able to look into a little bit further. It was one that we had our finger on in the past. However, they have stopped accepting applications for this funding because the province hasn't allocated any funding to this within their own budget. It's one that we'll continue to monitor, as well as other grants around storm, just because of the significant capital costs there. So we definitely are monitoring and trying to apply for any grants that we feel may be able to help fund some of these storm projects. With that, I would just put forward that we're asking for second and third reading to be able to tender this project. And I believe the work would be slated to start later this summer and into the fall. And either myself on the financing side or the engineering side could answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions of clarity or understanding? The presentation was presented to us a little while ago, so any questions to refresh our understanding? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I'm curious if they can tell me how, for refreshing my memory, an artesian well is a factor in this storm pond failure, correct?
Administration.
Your Worship, it's the General Manager here. Groundwater is a factor in the slope stability, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm familiar. I'm trying to remember, but I thought there was something specifically mentioned about an artesian well.
Okay.
Am I wrong? I thought that's what the report said.
I think that was in one of the presentations from the consultant regarding the different types and suggestions that we could do.
Your Worship, so the solution here is the two types of walls. I'm not familiar with the artesian well. Other than, I guess the comment I'd have is groundwater is definitely a challenge and a concern, and whether the correct term is artesian well, I'd have to say I don't know at this time.
Okay, well, all right. Well, so then my question is, let's assume it's some type of artesian well, some kind of underground water that is coming up. I'm curious how, sorry, through you, Mayor Choi, to administration, I'm curious how something of that nature would have been missed in the original construction.
Okay, administration.
Hi, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer or Deputy Mayor Meyer. It's a good question. Review of the records at the time indicated that groundwater would not have been a significant issue as it's been determined to be, and so we've been focusing more on the solution going forward and understanding the problem as it exists today and the solution going forward, rather than evaluating the how this was missed.
And sorry, if I could have some follow-ups.
Go ahead.
Yes, no, thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mayor Choi, to administration. Thank you. I do appreciate that is administration's job to solve problems. From this seat, though, I'm thinking of how we avoid future issues of the same. So my sort of line of questioning is, who did the reports in the original engineering? Do we still operate with those people? Do we do business? Do we accept their engineering reports on other storm ponds, for example, or other projects throughout this community? Do we still judge them as reliable? Does the developer of this original storm pond still operate in this community? Do we still consider them a reliable developer? I'll just get some answers, please.
Okay, so I think, Deputy Mayor, I think you raised a good question. I think both Councillor Pleshko and myself raised that same line of thought when we were doing first reading, and in terms of how much groundwork and samples you need to do before something is approved. And one of my comments was we actually need to take the historical look at the water levels before we approve new developments going forward. As we've known in the past few years, we've had torrential downpours, so an excessive number of water in our community. But prior to that, 10 years prior to that, we were in a drought situation where both the county parkland and the counties around us had to declare states of emergency because of drought. So based on those reports and when it was commissioned, that does play a role in what the numbers come back to in terms of what is getting approved and not. So one of the mentions by Councillor Petchko is that we do make sure we take into effect the overall and the historical data before we build things that are similar in this nature, that are dependent on water and groundwater levels.
Thank you for reminding me of that conversation. I still do have the question though, who was the engineering consultant, and do we still use them, and do we still count them as reliable? I mean, I imagine that the question, if we still use them or not, would answer whether we judge them reliable or not, but I would be curious to know if we do.
Administration, do you have that off the top of your hand? I don't believe that the town of Stony Plain constructed that.
Your worship, it was, this is part of the border paving project, subdivision and development project. I do not have the original drawings in front of me that tell me who or the exact details that have been asked today. I would have to dig up those details and provide it at a later date. I guess the one comment I'd make is that the town does require professional engineering drawings to be stamped and sealed by professionals who take an oath, and that remains something the town requires. And so, you know, our approach to all acceptance of drawings is based on that the Engineering Society regulates their profession, and it requires certain standards to be upheld, including public safety.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything else?
Yeah, and now I'm not so familiar with the general manager's responsibilities, but that worries me some. This is a very large cost to the town, and I do appreciate that the general manager, like he said earlier, focuses on solutions, maybe not so much on assigning you know, blame or whatnot, but this big of an issue, I mean, who did that engineering? I had asked farther back when we first got a report about an artesian well under there, about if we had held anyone accountable, and our CAO had said, yes, that person no longer works with us. So essentially, in a more roundabout way, they had some level of accountability. Now I'm hearing, well, we don't even know who the engineering, like that's not a big deal to know. So it makes me wonder if I got a correct answer before, you know, regarding whether we held anybody accountable for this. Because in my opinion, it stinks that the town is on the hook for something that was, in my opinion, set up to fail. If there's an artesian well underneath of this pond, how did we miss that originally? That's a big deal.
Okay. Administration.
Your worship, as a town manager, and we can provide some comment to that. I believe what our general manager was alluding to or attempting to comment on is that, you know, I mean, again, this is going back to, if I understand, you know, I believe like 06, 07, or 08, I believe, when this would have all been going through the planning processes. You know, I mean, I would expect at the time, you know, we require those, you know, whatever design or drawings, whichever way you want to call it. I mean, those have to be prepared, stamped, sealed by, you know, professional engineering individual and therefore to usually some sort of a firm. Again, I'm not going to speculate as to what exact firm provided that, whether that was on behalf of the developer itself. But I mean, again, if there's a something clearly has gone wrong, how does that impact, imply what can be done about that? Yeah, when you typically go to review your processes, make some changes, increase your engineering standards perhaps, or so on. But ultimately, the engineered design, it does the best it can to anticipate, so on and so forth. In this case, was something missed? I don't know. I can't say that. But there are instances when stuff shifts, stuff changes, so on and so forth, which may have played a part in this as well. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, any questions?
No, it doesn't sound like we've done a whole lot of homework in terms of how this happened and how we would ensure that it wouldn't happen again. So that's just a comment.
And thank you for bringing that up. And I think members of council have mentioned it before, is how we make sure that this does not happen again. And that goes to back to the conversation where Councillor Plechko mentioned that we need ground soil testing on all that, and then also bringing it to the historical levels and not what the current levels are, because the levels of water in our community fluctuate up and down. Thank you for bringing that, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to administration. I'd like to make a few comments and touch a little bit on what Councillor Meyer is concerned about. Developing in that area a number of years ago, one of the things I noticed was ground water. It's not artesian well, it's actually ground water is what they called it through the engineering firm that I talked to. And that changed and fluctuated as the water level from the skies dumped upon the ground. So through my development, when I developed on that piece of property, we had one side of the property where I actually had to use a pump to pump water out to be able to pour the amount of concrete I needed to be able to sustain the building within that side. The other side, we never had an ounce of water that showed anywhere within the foundation. So that groundwater on that piece of property changes substantially. And I think about a number of the projects that are around the province where roads are washing away, engineered, stamped many, many years ago. But as time goes along and the amount of water that comes and goes changes the structure of the soil. So at the time, engineering did the best of their ability, to do what they felt was right to maintain that pond so that we would never have to touch it. However, we've had substantial amount of rain over the period of time, and that's changed. And I can refer that right even to my piece of property here. I got a chunk right in the middle of my driveway. For the first 2 years I was here, my driveway was rock solid. This spring, I've got groundwater that's probably changed the structure of my property by about 2.5 feet rise from the beginning of May right through till the end of June, and now it's going back to being substantially. Had an engineer come and look at that, and really at the end of the day, really no way to stop that. It's just the fact in the Stony Plain region. So I can appreciate where Councillor Meyer is coming from when he's talking about trying to keep our costs down. My question to administration is, when an engineering firm comes in and does something, and you're built to that standard at that present time, how long do you have, or can you go back on the engineer or the developer to recoup costs as things change in the environment?
Administration.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Plechko. So in the development world, there is typically a limited warranty with which the development agreements are set up to provide authorities and contractually obligations. And that's typically 2 years. In relation to engineering firms and the like, again, I'm not a lawyer, so we'd have to seek legal advice on any of those types of matters. I was able to find the information that Councillor Deputy Mayor Meyer asked for. I can tell you that the geotechnical evaluation was completed by McIntosh Ballini Engineering Limited in April 2004. The limited geotechnical environmental investigation for the proposed storm pond was completed by Hogan Engineering and Testing 1980 Limited. The border paving Umbuck Business Park record drawings were completed by Sheffer Andrew Limited, January 5th, 2011. There's also a geotechnical evaluation for the Stony Plain lands in 2004. That was completed by Fidelis Management Limited. That dealt with mainly lands adjacent to some of the areas we're talking about today. And yeah, so we, as part of the project that we undertook, a detailed background data check on the various studies, analysis, and recommendations which were put forward to the town that the town accepted. Those were all reviewed and became part of the background information which the consultants used in order to look for the solutions. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear that it's not that the town doesn't know who did these things. It took me a while to bring them up in my notes, and I hope that information is helpful.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Councillor Pletchko, anything else?
Just one further question. What is the town's process to help to, what is the town's process that they have in place that helps them to mitigate against circumstances that can happen 20 years down the road?
Administration.
Through you to Your Worship, through you to Councillor Pletchko. The town has a number of processes. I would say our master planning is one of the processes we do, where we look at the town as a whole and try to understand the bigger pictures and what's happening around the town. We're continually updating our standards. The last update was just completed a year ago. So every 5 years, we're looking at regional changes to standards and where we fit in relation to the Edmonton region. And so those updates happen. And if there are specific concerns that the town is aware of, obviously groundwater and slope stability are important things. We do seek out expert opinions to help mitigate the town's risks. So there's a number of tools that we use to ensure that we're being proactive in managing the risk.
Thank you for that. It sounds like the town does a great job at managing the risk to the best of their ability, and pretty hard to see into the future 20 years as to what can change or not. I think a simple analogy is you get a roofer that comes in, puts a roof on your house. 20 years down the road, the roof is leaking. Do you go back after the roofer, or do you put a new roof on? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Comment and then a question, just in regards to some of the comments that have been going on. Yeah, I mean, we can sit here and try and find out all day long who did what and what legal responsibility they have. And, if we were talking about something that was within, 2 to 5 years, maybe 10, but I think that's a stretch, then I think that's relevant. But I think beyond that, given the circumstance, I think there's no reason to spend time on that, and I can appreciate that was all part of the investigation into the solution, but I think that's where that needs to stop. Sometimes you just have to learn lessons, and sometimes that's going to happen. We develop all kinds of things in different areas. We understand that the land in the town of Stony Plain is not always the best to develop on, and that's going to come with challenges, and those are the risks we take. I have mentioned a couple of times about our stormwater management facility guidelines, and one of the biggest things when it comes to slope stability is a planting practice and a proper planting guide, and planting proper species that use the root system to help stabilize that slope. And I've asked a couple of times that that be something that we can consider, and I've yet to see that come back. When we have these stormwater management ponds that just have grass right from the edge of the pond all the way up to the top of the bank that has a 3 to 4 inch root system, that does absolutely nothing for the stability of the ponds. And so, you know, that's something that's been proven. It's something that's been researched. It's something that exists around us. And it's something that I'd really like to see brought before this council at some point in the near future to hopefully help prevent some of these problems going forward. In regards to the question, this is more a question in regards to the funding, which is what we're actually here to talk about. We mentioned that this is a debenture, but that this debenture is funded from the utility. And I know we've had this conversation before, and I'm just hoping that the general manager of corporate services can maybe provide a little bit of background around any possibilities of having this debenture removed from our municipal debt level because of the fact that it is independently funded from a utility and not funded by the general tax base.
To Councillor Laurie, through your worship, it's a good question. Unfortunately, the regulation within the Municipal Government Act doesn't distinguish the two. So it does go against our debt limit that's regulated by the MGA. And, you know, that's the legislation that we must follow.
Excellent, thank you. And can you confirm for me if the sanitary trunk line was also under the same circumstance?
That is correct. It would be the same for that project when we get to the point of borrowing for it.
Thank you very much. So, Your Worship, if I may, on respect to conversation we've already had about bringing forth resolution to AUMA, I think this may be something that we should be considering as well as we move forward, because I'm sure many municipalities are facing this. Infrastructure projects are very expensive projects, and particularly for smaller municipalities, and I'm even thinking of those smaller than the town of Stony Plain, these type of projects could eat up a significant portion, if not all, of a municipality's debt limit, even if they can prove that there is self-sustaining funding through the utility. So I'd really like to see some additional advocacy from our council front to AUMA to pressure the government to remove these from the municipal debt limit.
Yes, that's a good good comment and good point there. I think that's one of the advocacy points that we need to continue to do through the larger picture. And that's a good reference point there, because a lot of infrastructure projects that are done in our community that are not part of the town, but they're done through a Part 9 or a commission, those dollars that are borrowed are not attributed to the overall debt limit of the municipality. For example, is the Capital Region Wastewater Services, Capital Region Water Services, and other commissions like that that are able to borrow and fix and improve their service models and the lines without having it to be a debt burden to the municipality's debt limit. So thank you for that, Councillor Laurie. Any other questions, comments? I do have a question again, just before I go to a motion. Again, I just want to make sure that I asked this question when the presentation was brought before us, that with this remediation that we're doing, doesn't soften the other slopes, so that the northeast corner, because I don't want to be doing something that was going to affect the water flows down there and cause, you know, and fluffing on the other side of where that wall starts coming down on the parking lot side of the dog park.
Your Worship, if I understand your question correctly, the question is, will this project impact the other slopes which are not part of this construction and yes, in a detrimental way? And I guess, not being the technical expert here, I could get SNC Lavalin to give you a more technical response, but I can tell you that their analysis would be done based on maintaining the slopes on the whole pond based on the conditions they see and allowing the pond to function as it was intended and needed for the town's infrastructure. So the answer to the question, I believe, would be the other slopes will not be negatively impacted, and these slopes will be repaired and remediated, and the pond will function as intended.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I just don't see more hands up for questions of clarity and understanding. And Councillor Bennett, I'm going to go to you for the motion for second reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council give second reading to borrowing bylaw 2650/DEB/21.
Thank you very much. I accept that motion. And so it's on the floor. Members of council, any questions regarding the motion and debate on that? Okay, seeing none, I will support the motion. I believe this is a step that we need to go to rectify some of the issues at that storm pond. And I look forward to the work being done and completed, and definitely the improvements to the dog park. And with this, we'll make sure that that area is usable for the future, and so that our residents can use it. Thank you very much. I'm going to call the question for second reading.
Mr. Mayor, I see 5 hands in favor.
Okay, 5 hands. Okay, so Councillor Loy, I didn't see your hand up, so you're opposed?
No, negative. I'm for it. I actually lost my feed there a bit, and yeah, I wasn't able to vote fast enough.
Okay. Recording secretary, did you get that?
I still with.
My hand is up. It shows up here.
Okay, so that's.
I see.
Mr. Mayor, I can now see 6 hands in favor.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for working with us with the whole technical glitches that we've had and the power outages and all the extra hands that go up and down. So appreciate that. Motion for third reading. Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, Your Worship, the Town Council gave third reading to borrowing bylaw 2650/DEP/21.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, 6 hands in favor.
Thank you. That worked a little more efficient. Thank you for that. I'll move on to number 9, which is business items on our agenda. Looking at 9.1 is the fiscal sustainability framework, and this is to do with offsite levies. Go ahead, administration, with the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we've had quite a bit of discussion on offsite levies tonight, as well as over the past couple of months. And this continues our phase 2 of the fiscal sustainability strategies. You'll see within the package tonight just some more documentation around what these offsite levies are, hopefully in a fairly straightforward and simple way for council, the public, and administration to wrap their heads around exactly how these work in sort of a one-page summary. And then it looks also into future strategies as to what the town needs to be thinking about around these. So you heard tonight, there was some timing about the projects and how those get done. And we're looking at the model annually. And so when we start to look at that from the fiscal side of things, we can see that some of those projections out into the future may require the town to front end those projects, and there'll need to be decisions made around that, whether that's something the town wants to pursue and how we decide those things. And so what front ending means in a simple way is We haven't collected off-site levies from those developers, but the projects would proceed. So we would either need to, mostly borrow for those. And there's flexible ways that we could do that. And the interest would be charged back to the developers. But again, it comes down to what is the impact of that on the debt limit, on the cash position, looking at those to understand those, to make decisions around whether those projects should happen and the timing around those projects. So that is really what the future strategies is talking about is, does the town want to front end, and what's the parameters around those? So we're not going to solve that all tonight, but it's to me an important part to get documented, so that as we move forward, looking at these annually, understanding the projects better and the timing around those, how we make decisions. And just minimizing the vulnerability was one of the principles that really stuck out to me, around understanding how and when we would collect those funds from the developers, which is a little bit hard to predict. So that just increases vulnerability, but at the same time, it's going to grow the town. So finding that balance around the offsites is, to me, a big piece of this one going forward. I'll leave it with that. I know council has read this all. I expect lots more conversation as we continue to progress with our offsite, and look at the bylaw annually and look at how the projects fit into the corporate plan into the future. But I could answer any questions that council may have tonight on this, and just maybe where we're headed to next with the fiscal sustainability framework is we'll be looking at reserves as our last area coming up here in July with council.
Thank you for the presentation, and I definitely appreciated the work that staff has done to pull all the pieces of the fiscal sustainable strategies for council to review and look at, because I think you're absolutely right. We need to look at it as a holistic picture as we continue to move our community forward, and we need to weigh those costs out and weigh the different options that we have as a municipality. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding to the presentation? It is to accept for information later on. Okay. Seeing no hands or nobody has tested me that they wanted to speak. So, administration, can you provide just like an example of what a kind of a front loading would look like? We've had a few in our community. If we can just kind of refresh our memory, and then to the public that are watching, so that they can see how that has worked and shown our community.
Yes, Your Worship. The most recent one would be the Veterans Boulevard. So that was done in the last couple of years, and the road offsites, there's not enough in there to cover that full project. So that's one fairly recent example of, and you can see the development occurring around that as, the road has been upgraded and moved to the 4 lanes from the 2. That's the one that comes to mind for me as one of the larger ones. And I know there's some, future water and wastewater projects that are within consideration, and we're understanding those and how they could fit into the future as well.
Thank you for that example, and to members of council and to our residents that are watching. It's a great example of how Town of Stony Plain looked at kind of the benefits and pros and cons regarding front loading the completion of Veterans Boulevard. As mentioned, typically we would wait until development happens and all around that road, so that we collect enough offset levies to be able to fix that and improve that road with a little bit less debenture borrow from Town of Stony Plain. But we knew that wasn't happening at that point in time, so council took the opportunity to go ahead and debenture borrow to complete that road, and now we're seeing the benefits of it. And when development happens there, we collect those offset levies to replenish and pay back those the dollars that we borrowed. So again, that's kind of a situation, as the general manager mentioned. We need to review and analyze it and to see if it's a cost benefit for the Town of Stony Plain to front end a project. With that, I'm going to go for a motion. Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council accept the off-site levies fiscal sustainability strategy for information.
Okay. Members of council, any questions regarding the motion to accept for information? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, administration, for bringing this forward. And call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 6 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.2, which is the Regional Air Services Opportunity Fund. I believe members of council were part of a presentation earlier a couple weeks ago. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the rest of council. I will attempt to walk through the report, hit some of the highlights, and then certainly can try to answer some of the questions council may have. Your Worship, as you mentioned, I think council is likely generally familiar with the project, in that all municipalities in the metro region have been dealing with this in one way, shape, or form over the course of about the last 3 weeks. I think there has been some stuff in the news, so to speak, and I know that council have been invited to some check-in points with Edmonton Global. Your Worship, I will indicate that here at the town of Stony Plain, we are on this particular item, in fact, the last municipality to deal with this request formally. And I will add a little bit further on to that a little bit later on, Your Worship. Your Worship, I think the report does include some of the rationale that has been presented by, I guess you could say, the Edmonton Airport Accord, municipalities located directly around the Edmonton International Airport. Some of the information was provided by EIA, Edmonton International Airport itself, about the direct flights and revenues and so on. And a bit was then taken from Edmonton Global development and process as well. Your Worship, you know, the basic question I think being asked of council at this point in time is, you know, I mean, there's an understanding or an acknowledgement that COVID-19 has had a direct impact on flights and air travel, not just here in Edmonton, but certainly around the country, around the globe. One of the key issues brought forward by EIA and in extension Edmonton Global is the designation of an international status. I don't know that I know the exact terminology, Your Worship, but I mean, during the COVID-19 pandemic, 4 airports in Canada were given this international, or the ability to accept international flights. That therefore led to international flights being canceled going into the non-designated airports. And the concern, challenge, Your Worship, is that, you know, how and when do these flights get returned? And, you know, to the benefit of business and residents of the region, both around here and certainly north of Edmonton, that use that as a home base airport. Your Worship, the other thing I think I would point out, and it does come up here in some of my commentary in my own rating report, is that you know, the airline industry as a whole certainly does see subsidies from, you know, I mean, all levels of government, different levels of government, you know, I mean, in Canada, around the world. You know, in my recollection, Your Worship, this is one of the first times that, you know, I mean, the town of Stony Plain has been involved directly with, you know, issues around of this nature related to Edmonton International Airport. I do know that our counterparts down in Leduc County, City of Leduc, and Edmonton as well, you know, have played a role in the planning and you know, work that goes on out at the international airport, and I would expect that's to the benefit of all of us in the region. Your Worship, I think I included in the report a bit of a, I don't know if I'd call it a chart, but a bit of a backgrounder on which municipalities have committed to this request and for how long, and the basic dollar amounts involved. So I know that is in the written report, Your Worship. I can update that the City of Spruce Grove as of I think earlier this evening, has voted to what I believe was a 1-year commitment with consideration to have further consideration about years 2 and 3. You can see that a number of area municipalities have gone in with that full 3-year request, but there are some that have elected for their reasons to just commit to a 1-year amount. Your Worship, the recommendation in front of council brought forward by administration is to only look at a 1-year commitment at this point in time. There is a funding source. Council may recall that through the corporate plan, I believe it was last year, $50,000 was set aside for future economic development aspects. So that would be the funding source, Your Worship. And if my brief rationale at this point, Your Worship, would simply be to indicate that there is certainly a benefit from the Edmonton International Airport to both businesses and residents in the Edmonton region, and by extension a benefit to the municipal governments of the region, so to speak. And that's the rationale for the 1-year commitment. The rationale, Your Worship, that I would put forward to council for consideration to not go in for the full 3 years is that, simply put, there's been challenges of our own as a municipality, challenges of our own in the community. And, essentially at this point in time, I think putting in for 1 year of the commitment shows, again, that Stony Plain understands and appreciates working together as a region, understands and appreciates that Edmonton International Airport plays a role in our economic development and our quality of life, and that we have a interest in gaining back as many international and domestic flights as quickly as possible. But again, understanding that there are challenges right here in our own backyard, so to speak, Your Worship, that we also need to be able to react to. Finally, Your Worship, I did attach what has been generally agreed to as the governance and accountability structure. I was involved in some of the development of that. It speaks for itself. There are some lines and some updates and some reporting. I won't go into all the detail of that. It's in the council package, which I'm sure council took a look at. And Your Worship, I'll stop there. Certainly able to answer some of the questions or explain rationale further. So I will put it back to Mayor and Council.
Thank you much, Town Manager. The members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding from the presentation from our Town Manager? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question has to do with the designation. I thought it was the federal government that gives out the designation as to whether an airport is an international one or not. And so is that the plan going forward, is to advocate to the federal government for this designation to be returned, or is there another avenue that they're going to use?
Your Worship, if I may, to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council, so I can provide a bit of commentary there. It's my understanding that in a number of different ways, both Edmonton International Airport as well as Edmonton Global, and I would expect individual municipalities as perhaps on their own too, but certainly as part of a larger larger strategy, would continue to seek whether it's designation status or what have you, but certainly will continue to lobby, advocate to both federal government, who plays a key role certainly in international, but also is the general regulator of air services for the most part. Both on international status or designation, but all of the nuts and bolts that go into achieving that, and having a high efficient and high volume airport. Your Worship, I think it's my general understanding as well that that particular designation was I don't know if I'd say it was absolutely removed, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic and incoming flights and so on, and the ability to manage the entry into the country, so to speak, that the four were designated as such so that they could better manage the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't know that it was made for any other reasons or was intended to be like that forever and a day is what I understand. But to be clear, the intended the consequence of that made specifically for COVID-19 was to there's no more international flights coming into Edmonton. Edmonton is the largest airport that didn't receive the international designation. I think a couple of the other ones were in Ottawa, Halifax, Winnipeg, if I understand, it would be the next tier from the four largest airports. I'll stop there, Your Worship. Didn't mean to ramble on too far.
Okay, thank you. So I think one of the questions around here is, with this Air Opportunity Fund, and we get enough direct flights, will that have the ability to change the federal government's destination of Edmonton?
Yeah, Your Worship. I don't know that I can get into the exact technical definition of the international designations. Again, that designation was generally put on to react to COVID-19, as I understand. But yeah, the idea, designation or no designation, Your Worship, I believe that EIA, Edmonton Global, and some of our regional partners are keying in on is that this fund would be used to underwrite some of the initial costs or to incentivize the return of some of the international flights that we have seen go away, so to speak, over the course of the last 12 to 14 months.
Okay. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That answers my question.
Okay. Going to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. When we get a little further, I will have some points for debate on this. But as a question right now, as we see, this came about with Edmonton Global and their partnership with the EIA. Also, not very long ago, we had a request for an increase of funding to Edmonton Global, and now we are seeing another increase of funding being requested for a different project through Edmonton Global. Can administration provide the information on what the funding increase the town of Stony Plain provided to Edmonton Global was that we recently approved?
Your Worship, I don't have that on the top of my mind or in front of me. Perhaps we may be able to find that during the ensuing dialogue, so to speak, and if we can, we'll be able to report that. I think, though, Your Worship, one thing I will point out is that generally speaking, Edmonton Global is the vehicle, so to speak, for this fund or this opportunity or whatever way you want to classify it. The Edmonton Global itself obviously involved in the beginning dialogues, but I wouldn't say that this would be entirely an Edmonton Global initiative, but they are certainly the vehicle and have steered to a degree, for sure.
Thank you, and I can appreciate that response from the town manager, but part of my reason behind that is I do actually feel that Edmonton Global is the appropriate vehicle to be managing this. So even though it is somewhat deferred from Edmonton Global, as if you want to call it a bit of a side project, I would still put this within their wheelhouse.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments and questions before we move on? Just for clarity, sorry. Deputy Mayor?
I'll wait for debate. Thank you.
Sounds good. I'll save my comments till later too, because I look at the time and it is 9:59, and based on our bylaw, we need a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor, if I can have a motion for council to go past 10 p.m., please.
Sorry, forgot that was me. The town council proceed past 10 o'clock p.m.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members of council, this is just a simple vote because based on our procedure bylaw, this is the time that we need a motion if we go past. So all those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 6 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then since Deputy Mayor, you have your mic is already undone, go ahead and make the motion, please. And then so we can debate this.
The town council approve a contribution from the town of Stony Plain to the Regional Air Services Opportunity Fund for year 1, 2021 in the amount of $42,988 to be funded from the Economic Development and Regional Reserve.
Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, now we can debate it and make comments and whatever else we'd like to do with this motion. So members of council, comments, debate, questions. Okay, Deputy Mayor, you asked to, you said that you'll save your comments, so here we are.
And I know the word that Tom was looking for to describe this. It's called money sink. 42,000 this year. I probably imagine the same number next year and the year after that. To me, this ask just goes to show you the failure that Edmonton Global has been. We've been giving them money for the last 4 years now for them to put us on the map, and we are literally walking backwards. So no, I'm not in favor of giving them any more money.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And Deputy Mayor, the request is actually 42,988 this year and 77,591 for 2022 and 2023.
Just makes my point that much more.
Thank you. And moving on, so we have Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And before I start my comments, I'm just wondering if administration was able to find the answer to my question in regards to the increase in funding that was approved for Edmonton Global.
Yeah, Your Worship, I did get an update from staff, but I would ask either staff member to jump in if I misstate something here. I believe our original costs were in and around $30,000, and we were providing an increase in 21 of 48,589 and 22 of 66,012. So just maybe I'll try to clarify that, Your Worship. So we were starting at a base of about 30, then an increase of 48, and then an increase of 66. So I believe, although I'll ask one of my staff if they have it in front of them to clarify that the 22 total amount would be in and around 96. I stand to be corrected, though. I just want to make sure we get the number right.
Okay. Administration staff, General Manager.
Your Worship, I believe that's correct as well. I will double check, but that's my understanding as well.
Thank you. So, Your Worship, I'll continue on with my comments. I struggle to find what I would call solid reasoning to support this as the town of Stony Plain. Although I do feel that the international airport is a very important part of our region, I don't actually share the feeling that the Edmonton International Airport needs to immediately raise $15 million through a one-time levy spread over 3 years to establish the Air Service Opportunity Fund. Part of the reason behind that I believe that, is based on not just an announcement that we heard today, but several announcements that we've heard in the past and several what I would call potential opportunities that Edmonton Global has actually put forward to us. I would stray very far from Councillor Meyer calling Edmonton Global a failure. I actually think Edmonton Global is being very successful in attracting investment to the Edmonton area. And the attracting of that investment is going to help propel the rapid return of these flights to the international airport, in my opinion, without the necessity of this fund. And I don't see enough information here that justifies why this is needed on top of that. You know, when we look at the Amazon warehouse, 600,000 square feet, robotics operated with 1,000+ good paying jobs that include benefits, etc. That's just one example of the projects that have been attracted to this area in part by Edmonton Global. We have the massive solar production facility that's been attracted and all kind of other announcements that have happened and that we're led to believe are still to come. When I first looked at this, I thought the amount was relatively small. But the problem is we keep seeing these things come forward to us that are relatively small, relatively small, relatively small, and they all add up to be relatively big. As we heard, our initial contribution to Edmonton Global was $30,000 a year. In 2021, that is more than doubling by an additional $48,589. And then in 2022 is going up, and I'm not 100% confident whether it's going up to an additional $66,000, or if it's just going up the difference between 48 and 66. But regardless, even if it does only go up the 66,000, that is a 200% increase over what we were currently paying today. And I was okay with accepting that. I thought that was worth it. But now we're being asked to essentially almost double that again. We're being asked to put in $42,988 this year, which is all we're talking about. But there is still the potential that we're going to be asked for, and the highly likelihood that we're going to be asked for, to put in $77,500 next year and the following year. Simply put, I don't believe that there's enough benefit to Stony Plain. When I look at this money, when I look at where this money's coming from, when I look at what this money could do within our own community, when I look at the money that we've already committed to the likes of Edmonton Global to help with the regional prosperity and economic development that would, in my opinion, include the Edmonton International Airport, I don't find enough justifiable reason that I can support this.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Laurie. Move on to Councillor Lloyd, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this. We are the 5th largest area in Canada without international flights coming in. And the one thing that they did mention, not only passengers, but cargo, we have to be prepared as a region, you know, to move on these things. So yes, it does cost money. Maybe it's costing us a bit more money than we anticipated, but I don't want us to think small. I want us to think big, that we are part of the 5th largest, and I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, all of the arguments that I've just heard, all of the comments, points to me why we need to continue to contribute, and especially this one. I agree with Councillor Loy that that we are a big area, and the issues that we had during COVID, where none of the international flights were coming in, it was very detrimental. Now, with the announcement that Parkland County is getting the Amazon production warehouse, that just proves that we have to have the capability to support all of those all of that cargo coming into our airport, plus all of the people. Do you think that big businesses are going to come to an area that does not have international air service? They're not. I bet that part of the reason that Parkland got this was because we're in a progressive area. We are looking at regional opportunities. We are looking at shared investment for shared benefit. And that is what's opening up the world to some of these developments that are coming. Look at hydrogen in Sturgeon County. Those are the kinds of projects that are going to help us economically. And so, yes, we have to put in our fair share. I don't see any problem at all with contributing this amount of money. I think that I think administration was wise to make it only for 1 year, because after all, this is an election year. We don't know who's going to be sitting in our seats come 2022. But I sure hope that they're going to be progressive and looking forward to big business in this area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supporting this.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Bennett. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would ask my fellow councillors to turn to page 179 and just follow the flow chart. The money goes to the airline. We're not, when the money runs out, what do you think is going to happen? The airline will either, it won't make sense for them to continue, or we'll have to keep subsidizing. Why do you stop and ask yourself, why of all the airports during this, I mean, yes, on one hand, during COVID, you wanted to limit how many airports were open to control the situation. But what do you think they based that decision on? On how much was already going through there. So airlines will have found efficiencies during this COVID time, and they will have to be making as much money as they humanly can, because they've been losing it this last 2 years. So once we race through this fund, it's going to either be continue to subsidize, or we lose what we bought, because it won't make sense for the airlines to do it without the subsidy. So, you know, we can keep throwing money at this, and that's not thinking big, small, or anything. That's just reality.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some good debate here tonight, some good comments tonight. Not quite sure where I sit quite yet at this point in time, but just a few comments regarding this. I sit back and wonder, as a business person, why something like the Edmonton International would become an Edmonton Regional Airport. And I'm wondering why our provincial government or federal government would allow that to happen. When I look around the region at what has come to our area, and Amazon is big business. They built in Leduc, they're now building in Parkland. It is a huge business that moves stuff all over the world. What is it that they know that we don't? I think that's the biggest question that comes to my mind right today is, why is big business setting up here and Edmonton Global knee-jerking at something that was pulled through COVID times? Now, I could fully appreciate that if we were fully open and things didn't look like they were moving ahead. I could fully support what I see here today. But, you know, it's like every little business in our region. $42,000 sounds like a small amount of money, but it's a large amount of money to our local businesses that have struggled for the last 18, 20 months. and are going to struggle until the economy starts to come back. We see some positive things that are happening, which is really good for our area. But I haven't seen anybody doing knee-jerk reactions like Edmonton Global. And, you know, while I don't fully agree with Eric's outcome of Edmonton Global, I do believe that Edmonton Global has done some great things for our area. But at the same time, I see a lot of money going to something and paying some large wages when it could be going to paying some stuff in our local community. Now, I get that we need to think bigger than our community because it's the region. It's not just about Stony Plain. It's what our region can bring to us, and we have to be open-minded when it comes to that type of thing. But my two biggest concerns is this something that's knee-jerking, which I believe it is. They're doing something because somebody didn't quite give it the international thing. Somebody's feelings got hurt in the Edmonton area. Does not mean that these flights won't come back. Does not mean that they're not waiting to come back, because I can assure you that with Amazon being here, there is some flights coming back. And if not, the flight from the trucking from Calgary to here is 3 hours. Why did they not pick Calgary through all of this? I think we really need to consider some of this stuff. Now, I get that we're talking 42,000 for 1 year. And, you know, Judy said it quite well. We don't know who will be sitting in that chair next year. There's an election coming up. And, you know, I think that's another thing that we need to consider is going forward, we're only making a small contribution at this point in time. But really, at the end of the day, you know, for everybody, just stop and think, why have the big companies focused around the local Edmonton area, and yet we're running scared because we lost a designation? Doesn't mean we lost the airport, doesn't mean we lost a flight, doesn't mean any part of that. We've lost some flights. Calgary lost some flights, but Calgary always has been a bit bigger hub than Edmonton. And you know, I don't know where we're headed today, but I'm fearful that we're all doing something really quick that could have adverse effects down the road. Just some comments. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kletchko. So who's on the next speaking order? Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a question that I have in regards to the funding. So the funding has been identified on this to come from the Economic Development and Regional Reserve. When I look at page 171 of our package, it says budget available $50,000. So am I to understand that the Economic Development and Regional Reserve only has a balance of $50,000 right now, and that this would take $43,000 of that? Can I just get a confirmation of that, please?
That is correct.
Thank you. So again, to some of the points that have been made, Your Worship, $43,000 spent locally, spent in ways directly and immediately supporting our local businesses in their recovery of COVID, I think goes much further for the town of Stony Plain than spending $43,000 on the Airport Recovery Fund, to which, exactly as we've heard, there are massive attractions and massive projects already confirmed that are happening here. The hydrogen hub, there was a major announcement of major commitment to funding and major stamps that that project is going ahead. Amazon is going ahead. The solar manufacturing plant is going ahead. All of these things are already going ahead. And that in and of itself should, and I believe will, generate the recovery that the airport and Edmonton Global are talking about here. And I like the term knee-jerk reaction. If this came to us in 6 to 12 to 18 months time, when we have shown coming out of the pandemic, which hopefully we will be in that time, that things have not returned, then I'd have a little bit easier time considering this. But doing this right now, when we're just about to hit stage 3 in 3 days potentially, when we have all these major announcements happening, I can't stomach taking the $43,000 potentially out of the hands of our local businesses to hand over to the airport. And I don't think those businesses would see the value in that either.
Okay, thank you. I think next I have is Councillor Loy, please.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. This will be my final comment on it. I do respect everybody and their opinions, but I do think that we are thinking small town and somewhat small-minded, and that's not an offensive comment to anybody. We went from, I think, what was it, 53 or 57 daily international flights down to about 12 or 13. That's a tremendous amount of people and cargo that just isn't coming into our area. And that area is going by the clocks, you know, all the way to Fort Saskatchewan, Leduc, and with the hub center of Edmonton. I agree wholeheartedly with Don Iveson's statement when he said that we don't do this and get back in the game, we might as well be just a suburb of Calgary. And yeah, they will fly into there. Calgary will probably be able to do things like reduce the fees, the landing fees, which is a huge cost to various airlines. And I believe that this is what we are trying to do, is say, okay, come back and here's the incentive. And, you know, we've talked about this even on ECDEV, that we would say, okay, what about reducing taxes and doing this for our businesses to get going? And I believe on the larger scale, this is what the Edmonton International Airport and the other parties that are in there are trying to do. And I think we'd be foolhardy not to do it. I think 4 or 5 years down the road, we would probably, if other municipalities are thinking of not supporting it, well, we might as well just fold up tent, and everything we've done for the last 15, 20, 30 years, maybe for naught. And as I said, I will be supporting it, and I won't belabor this any longer for council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. I have a couple questions for administration before we continue with the questions that are coming in the comments. First of all, this I believe people have mentioned that this is a request from Edmonton Global, and that is incorrect. This is not a request from Edmonton Global, and that was kind of clarified by Councillor Loy when he asked the questions. He believes that this is a good place for it to be managed, and that's through Edmonton Global, but the request comes from the Edmonton International Airport. So again, just make sure to provide some clarity. They're asking for $15 million over a 3-year period to help attract direct flights. They're asking that from the municipalities around the region. Can administration provide us what the Edmonton International Airport is doing to also attract direct flights to the airport? Or are we just the ones left holding the bag?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I know that EIA has been looking at, their own fees and charges, and I don't recall I don't know if I recall the exact dollar amount, Your Worship, but they are certainly taking, their own steps on landing fees and different ways that they have to incentivize the return of flights as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I can provide some more detail behind that as well as part of the conversations, and was there for the presentation when EIA made the presentation. So the EIA is a nonprofit organization, and they are waiving all their fees for landing, etc., all that stuff that typically airports are allowed to charge for to recoup their costs to attract more direct flights. The reason why they're asking for a 3-year commitment is the fact that's how they normally do their initiatives as well, in terms of to incentivize flights to come directly to the city of Edmonton, the international airport. Usually is 3 years, and it's based on a sliding scale, just like all good businesses do. They try to put a little more opportunities and kind of rebate at the beginning of the first year, a little bit less the second year, and a little bit less the third year to see if that flight is available and able to sustain itself. So that is why it is a commitment for 3 years. They're asking for that, and the fact that this is not just left up to the municipalities to pitch into this. We're also on the call that Alberta government is looking at additional money to add to this fund to help attract more direct flights to the Edmonton International Airport. Right, when we talk about direct flights, I think it was mentioned around here by Councillor Loy, there was 53 direct flights prior to COVID shutting everything down. Now there's 12. And why this is important is usually airlines set a flight schedule every 2 years. If we're off this, as Councillor Loy says, well, we come back in 6 months, we don't have the opportunity. It'll be 2 years from now, maybe 3 years from now. And the direct flights are not just beneficial to residents, passengers, but also cargo. There's a ton of cargo that are in the belly of those flights that come to the city of Edmonton region, where then get shipped out. There's comments about, yeah, Calgary's only a 3-hour drive, 100%. But then that's also another, how many hours to Fort McMurray? How many hours to Whitecourt? How many hours after that to Grand Prairie? So when we talk about this, this is not just a Stony Plain picture or Edmonton picture. This is a economic recovery picture for all of Alberta. You know, we can sit here and say, you know what, this is good for, we should just use this money for ourselves. And it might help some small businesses in the town of Stony Plain. But what are we missing? What if those businesses relied on a direct flight from another country to keep their costs down, to provide the services that they need for their customers? You know, there was an example of a flower store in the city of Edmonton. Because we lost that direct flight from the Netherlands, the cost of their flowers have tripled. Who does that hurt? That hurts us as a region. So whoever buys those flowers. So when we look at that, that's what we need to look at with our lens. And we talk about the town of Stony Plain coming out of this, and hopefully that we're ready to be at the table. You know, the announcement of the warehouse in Atchison benefits us. We all know individuals that have lost jobs over the last few years, and especially during this COVID pandemic. Here's an opportunity for us to reapply for those jobs, and maybe they find employment there. There's other, as mentioned, other big initiatives going on in the capital region. And they're not happening because, you know, one municipality went out to do something. They're happening because the group of us, the 13 Edmonton region municipalities, are working together and showing the world that this hub is a force to be reckoned with. Will this work? I don't know. Will it not work? I don't know either. What I do know is I've seen the results of how investing in other and larger projects benefits us. We just had a presentation on offsite levies, and if we should, you know, front load some of the costs. We had a perfect example from our general manager regarding Veterans Boulevard. We also have a perfect example of the Stony Plain Central. We, as a council, decided to front load those things. We also did the 28th Street as a council to get us ready for the economic benefits of doing those projects. So there is value here. And I also understand where other members of council are coming from, saying that, you know, maybe we should look at ourselves. And I'm 100% for that as well. But what are we going to lose our residents if we don't have those direct flights? Is it worth $43,000? Is it not? So I will be supporting the motion. I think it does have a larger impact in our community than what we believe and think. I think personally for myself, as I traveled throughout, there's a lot of connecting flights because there was limited to the number of direct flights coming to the city of Edmonton. Now there's a lot more than it was a few years ago. Why? Because we've built up a region where people want to come to. And if people cannot get a direct flight here in terms of cargo and in terms of passengers, where do you think they're going to go to? They're going to go to a destination that is easy to get to. So those tourism dollars that we always look for in terms of tourism Alberta, tourism in our region, will not be here. So how much does that impact our economy? What does that cost us in terms of residents and taxpayers and dollars coming into our community? Is it worth $43,000? So I think we have a good conversation here. I will support the motion because I think I can see the larger picture. And the way that staff has recommended this is for 1 year. And after this year, show us how many more direct flights do you have? Because right now we see that there's only going to be, I think, 12, I think, on the report. So we lost more than half the direct flights coming into the Edmonton region. That is huge. Can we get back a few? Maybe. And I'm hoping we can. I think I have Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for all of that. I've got 4 questions, if I may. First question will be, of the funding for economic development, the $42,988, is there any other place that we could take a small portion of that funding so it would not deplete that fund as much?
Good. So another reserve administration?
Your Worship, I guess the basic answer would be yes. There would be other places that we could look for that funding to come from. We chose this one because it doesn't affect or impact the operating budgets of the calendar year that we're in. This is sort of an unexpected or what have you. So again, just to be clear, basic answer, yes, there could be other funding sources. We chose to recommend this one. I guess, sorry, Your Worship, I'm just going to play that out a little bit further. As we got into even updates as to what's going on with this, I guess I should say, should council choose to go forward, we would be reviewing, we'd be getting some updates from Edmonton Global, and we could look at replenishing that reserve through the upcoming corporate plan. Would be an option. I'll stop there, Your Worship. I went a little bit off to the side, but I hope that answered the question to a certain degree.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pletchko, you had a couple more?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Just out of curiosity, how many flights have left Calgary?
Your Worship, I don't know that I can't answer that. I'm not aware of that answer or the impact at the Calgary airport.
Be curious to know that because, if we've lost half of ours, I suspect they've lost a portion of theirs. And I'm wondering what they're doing to offset that impact. Just a bit of food for thought. And I think you talked about this earlier. How many of the 13 communities that have been asked for funding have participated fully, and those that have only participated for the first year?
Your Worship, I believe now with understanding that Spruce Grove has committed to a 1-year commitment, I guess, I believe that would put 4 at the 1-year commitment, and I believe the math would then be 8 at the full 3 years. And that would exclude Stony Plain, as council has not given a decision at this point. I think the other thing that I'll point out that I maybe didn't earlier is Leduc County itself did overcommit or put in more than what was actually requested. The other clarification I'll make, I think there was a question earlier. Just to be clear, the request or the ask or whatever word you want to put on it was for a 3-year commitment. Those councils that are choosing to go to 1 year, that's a choice they have made. With the understanding that it was a request for 3, they have chosen 1.
Okay, thank you. With the over contribution that Leduc has made, is that why we've gone to a 42,000 for year one? And a further bit more to that question is the money that is going towards this at Edmonton Global, is it specifically only used to attract flights and not paying a dime in wages?
Your worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, it's my understanding that, the full amount would be utilized as part of the incentive and would not be utilized to, for lack of a better way of putting it, cross-subsidize the operating costs of EIA, Edmonton Global, city of wherever, or the town of wherever. It's my understanding that it would be all going towards the incentivizing program.
And the first part of that question was the reduction in the 42 opposed to the 77.5. Is that a reflection of the over contribution, or is that just the numbers that the way they worked out?
Your worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, yes, thanks for that question. So what you see in front of council is the 42 and change, or almost 40, looking at the number 42,998.98. That is the specific request for year one. Within the lead sheet, there was an alternate motion that would have seen 77,591 in 22 and 23, and that adds up to the total request from the town of Stony Plain was of 198,170.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Pletchko, that's I think that's just the way that the months are divided. For the next 2 years of the request is for full years, and for this one it is only because of the partial year, because we're already into June to debate this.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question for administration. So we're looking at this funding, I'll say $43,000 from the Economic Development and Regional Reserve. This is June. Our corporate plan comes out in November, so that's less than 5 months away. What else was this money earmarked for? Are we cutting service in any way to any other plan or project by taking the $43,000 from the $50,000?
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett and the rest of council, I do not believe that the reserve, or the $50,000 reserve, again, I understand, I believe that was added in by council in the corporate planning process, I believe last year. At this point in time, your worship, and to the rest of council, I don't believe that there was a specific project earmarked within the current corporate plan, or the one that we are currently compiling. I'm just going to pause for a couple seconds, and one of the general managers can correct me in the next 5 seconds if I'm wrong about that.
Town manager is the general manager of strategic services, and you are correct.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thanks. So to be perfectly clear, what else would this $50,000 be used for specifically to support our businesses? If it isn't for investment, some people say subsidy, I say this is an investment. So if this money, how was it going to be used to help or support our businesses? Were we going to do marketing for them? Were we going to give them more tax breaks? How was this money to be used?
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett and the rest of council, I think, again, I won't speculate, your worship, frankly. Council had set this aside. I believe at the time the intent was just to ensure that there was some amount of funding there in the event that something came up or provide or what have you. Again, I believe it was sort of by motion near the end of the corporate planning process. What I mean by not speculating, Your Worship, is that as we've confirmed, there was nothing at this time identified specifically for it to be spent on. If I'll go a little bit further, Your Worship, and just say, it would be the intent that, I think council has a general understanding of the ECDEV work we do in-house or internally, and it would be at some point directed to something along those lines, something within what I would say our economic development strategy internally to support something along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess just to finish up, I'll just re-emphasize that I don't consider this a subsidy. I think that you said and made it clear that this money is not for Edmonton Global, but yet I hear my fellow councillors continue to refer to Edmonton Global as the recipient of this. And so could you make that even more clear, Mr. Mayor? Is this going to Edmonton Global, or is this going to the strategy for the regional air services?
Okay, I think Councillor Laurie made that clear when he asked this question earlier too. No, it is going to the Regional Air Services Opportunity Fund, which is only handled by Edmonton Global, as that's the entity that we have to manage something like this, because we weren't going to give the money to the Edmonton Internet Airport because we're not part of that. So they're requesting it. We need a vessel to pass it through, and that is the vessel.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, I think I've made my point that it's an investment that we need to be at the table. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up, your finger here.
Yes. Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. I was just curious if the CAO could expand on a comment he made earlier at the beginning when he said there was some level of work that he was involved in on this. I didn't quite appreciate what he meant there. I was wondering if you could just kind of expand on it.
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship, to the rest of council. I think I was referring to the governance framework itself. So often when call it what you want, something like a regional initiative or perspective comes up, and again, in this specific and particular case, the regional CAO group, so myself and my counterparts from, the 13 to 15 of us that comprise the regional group, either through EMRB or in this case a little bit further into global, as there's an extra individual as well. There are a handful of meetings. We get some of the stuff in advance, are able to provide comment, so on and so forth. Sometimes it moves through a bit of a consensus perspective, and I believe that's what I meant, Your Worship. So yeah, involved in some of the dialogues and some of the input into the documents that ultimately came out.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have a follow-up there?
Sure.
What was the time frame for that? When did you become aware of this? Or sorry, through you, Your Worship, to administration, when did the CAO become aware that this was something, an initiative that would be coming down the pipes?
Your Worship, I don't know if I would say the exact date, but I would believe it either be the, last week of May would be my guess at this point in time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
And I'm sorry, I would also like some clarification from the CAO, if I so through you to the CAO. You also briefly mentioned that you have counterparts and And then you said there's an extra individual there. Who is that? What does that mean?
Thanks, Your Worship. What I was referring to, I mean, in relation to the EMRB, where there, I believe, is 13 members, so to speak. Edmonton Global has an extra one, and I think it's noted in here as the town of Gibbons. That is not in the EMRB, but is in Edmonton Global. So I was just referring to one more municipal government representative.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moving to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to take it brief and just a couple of additional comments here. I mean, we hear a lot of the reference to Edmonton Global, and you're right, this is not Edmonton Global. My reference was this should be Edmonton Global. Now, Edmonton Global is managing this. Edmonton Global is spearheading this. Edmonton Global is essentially in the driver's seat of this. And as you can see through the flow chart, Edmonton Global is right there through this entire process approving the spending of this money. So in my opinion, this is as much Edmonton Global as it is what we already put into Edmonton Global. So I understand that this is a little bit of a side project, but it's still Edmonton Global led. And I, again, think the ask in and above that is just not necessary. Again, when you read through the report, the federal government designated 4 airports as port of entry for international flights. That was for pandemic. It was for a pandemic. When restrictions ease, I don't see anything in these reports that states that the federal government is not going to allow international flights to return to the Edmonton International Airport. So I'm not sure where that comes from. The second thing I want to touch on, though, is, we've had this conversation about, well, what else could this $50,000 be used for? Well, let's take a look at some of the things that we've already talked about. We talked about earlier this evening about the business incubator space that we've talked about, and we've talked about potential locations for that and potential facilities that the town already has that we could move forward on something like that in a relatively rapid pace. And I think $50,000 would go a long way to making that a reality. We've talked about, again, at GCC about the certain supports that we could put in to try and assist and aid our local businesses with applying for the current grants that are available through the federal and provincial government to help support their needs. That was a strong identified ask from the Chamber of Commerce and their businesses as to what supports they are asking for. We could fund a position of a consultant or an accounting firm or somebody like that to help all of those businesses access all of that money, which I'm sure would result in a significant amount more than the $50,000 that we would actually put out for it. So again, when I look at the impact of this on what that $50,000 could do for Stony Plain, when I look at what I see as the outside reality of what's going to happen to EIA and the flights returning, it's not about not being regional. It's not about not seeing the big picture. It is actually about seeing the big picture. It's about taking a step back and looking at it and going, do we need to put $15 million into this right now because it is so dire, it is so desperate, it is so needed? Or will that recovery actually happen with or without this $15 million? And my long-term vision of that, my long-term belief is that that recovery will happen without that. And, our $50,000 and 70 in the next couple of years that we're talking about is literally a drop in that bucket for the EIA fund. But that could be a lifeline for businesses here locally if we were to use that $50,000 to either one of those 2 projects that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to just ask members of council to turn to page 170 of 206. On that page, there's a list of all the members of the Edmonton Global Region that has either approved or not approved, etc. So every municipality has approved some form of funding. Now with the City of Spruce Grove approving it tonight, that makes everyone except for the town of Stony Plain to decide to vote on this. Look at Gibbons, one of the smallest communities in our region, has decided to support this. Gibbons. Look at Mortonville, has decided to support this for 1 year. right? We all know the cooperation and the comments from Parkland County in terms of regional cooperation and asking for contributions to make our region stronger. They've committed for 3 years. 3. And I mentioned around this table, they just landed a huge warehouse, but yet they still find that this is important enough to commit 3 years, $500,000 to this fund. Do they know something that we don't? Because we've been at the table with them for a long time, talking about regional, recreational, regional planning, regional this. We've always got the, not right now. But yet they've just announced and landed a huge warehouse, and yet they're in the Air Opportunity Fund. What are we missing? And I think there is opportunity for our residents. What are our retail businesses missing that import their goods from overseas? Is it going to cost them more now to bring it because we don't have a direct flight? Right. So there is a lot of things to consider. And I understand where each member of council has made their comments and points. And I can agree with you, and I can see your points and your passion to see where this takes us. I will support this, and I think this is good for the town of Stony Plain in terms of regional development and what we could possibly lose or possibly gain. We don't know that until we actually see this come to fruition. It is $15 million. It is not just borne by the town of Stony Plain. It is borne by 13, 14 other municipalities. We have the city of Edmonton contributing $10 million over 3 years. We have the city of Leduc County over contributing because they see the need for this. And they just landed a major funding announcement. Right? We have smaller municipalities than the town of Stony Plain seeing the value of this and committing for a 1-year commitment. Right? And I'm pretty sure they had the same conversations and same debates in their councils. But they're yet, at the end, they're managed to push it through to say, this is good for our region, and it's good for our economy, and it's helped the town of Stony Plain, the province of Alberta, bounce back faster from this COVID recovery. So thank you for everyone's contributions to the debate. That was well done. I will be supporting this, so I will call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 3 hands in favor.
Mr. Mayor, did somebody make the motion?
Yes, Councillor Meyer made the motion. So I'm waiting for you to vote, Councillor Bennett.
Mr. Mayor, there's 4 hands in favor.
Okay. All those opposed?
Mr. Mayor, can you do the opposed votes verbally?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because we didn't have time to lower the hands. Okay, are those opposed, please verbally speak in.
Your Worship, it's Councillor Meyer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lori's opposed.
Okay. Thank you. Recording Secretary.
That's 4-2, Mr. Mayor. That's passed.
Thank you very much. And thank you, members of council. That was a great conversation and debate on that topic. It is 10:54. Let's take a 8-minute recess, please, so we can come back and take care of our last agenda item, 9.3. 8 minutes. So we'll come back at what is that? 11:02. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, members of council, administration staff, and those that are participating and watching online. Moving back with our agenda, 9.3, which is the Stony Plain Poverty Reduction Strategy. And with us, we have the general manager of Community Services, I think. Who are we? Yes, administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will turn it over to our general manager of Community and Social Development.
Thank you, Town Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're very pleased to be here tonight to present the poverty reduction strategy for Stony Plain. I will turn things over to our Community Development Officer, Sharada Chaleg, who will give us a brief presentation. Sharada?
Sorry, can everyone see my screen there?
Yes.
You're good, Sharada.
Okay, sorry, all that waiting and I couldn't even find my unmute button, sorry. So thank you, Your Worship. I am happy to present to you and Council tonight an updated version of the 2021 Stony Plain Poverty Reduction Strategy. This version incorporates feedback from both Mayor and Council, as well as input from public participation sessions with community residents. As a community, we have been working on addressing the issue of poverty for some time now. Having a formal and updated strategy will help to align community, stakeholders, organizations, and even businesses, and ensure greater collective impact in reducing poverty in Stony Plain. Our vision is a community where everyone has a right to a safe place to sleep and live. We want Stony Plain to be a home where every one of us can live free of the constraints of poverty. Our 2021 strategy reshapes our 2017 plan under 4 guiding principles and 15 game changers to help advance our work to end poverty in our community. The 4 guiding principles are collaboration, dignity, opportunity, and resilience. Collaboration involves working together with the people. We must work to build strong communications, promote cooperation and coordination of work, and even build creative partnerships. Dignity involves acknowledging that access to basic needs is a human right, as stated in Article 25 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Our community response to poverty requires an approach of both respect and dignity. Opportunity involves recognizing that everyone is important and needed for a strong, healthy community. Opportunity is about moving beyond the basic needs and understanding that poverty is not just about money, but also about health, education, recreation, connections, and belonging. Resilience involves strengthening our community in order to prevent poverty altogether. Building resilience for all of us to overcome the causes of poverty, such as personal vulnerabilities, life stages, and disruptive events, will help to prevent poverty. Addressing systematic barriers will assist people to rise out of generational poverty. We want to work together upstream to ensure we end poverty altogether. Under these 4 guiding principles, we have identified 15 game changers that can provide momentum to our work to reduce poverty. Under the guiding principle of collaboration, we have identified the following game changers: lived experience perspectives and regional impact. Involving people with firsthand experience with poverty will provide us with a better understanding of the challenges, the gaps, and the needs, and it will also strengthen our understanding and compassion. Poverty can happen to any one of us. Regional partnerships and alignment will allow us to share resources, services, and possible regional solutions to poverty. While continuing to address issues of poverty specific to Stony Plain, we can work collaboratively with other municipalities and Indigenous nations to address some of the larger aspects of poverty reduction. Under the guiding principle of dignity, the game changers include items that our community have identified as basic needs: income, housing, food, childcare, transportation, and medical. Income is needed to meet all the other basic needs. Without sufficient income, a life of dignity is hard to obtain. Lack of income for all is one of the largest economic burdens on our society. It affects economics, healthcare, and the criminal justice system. Housing is also important. Using the Canadian definition, we know there is an entire spectrum of homelessness, It can include living rough on the street or in a tent, emergency housed in a shelter, people who are temporarily housed in a hotel or on a couch, and people who are precariously housed. This is often overlooked, but it is in fact a type of homelessness, and it includes people living in a home that is too small, in need of major repairs, unsafe, or unaffordable. Housing is not just about four walls and a roof. It's about belonging and about dignity. The Indigenous definition expands on this definition even further to include a home as being a relationship with the land, water, family, animals, culture, language, and identity. Food is also necessary. Without adequate food, people are not able to function to the fullest, and their quality of life is greatly impacted. Transportation is important. In Canada, the ability to get around is a basic need, with services and programs and supports spread out across large geographical areas. Childcare is huge. It is one of the largest costs for a family who is struggling. With the significant impact of early childhood on one's whole life, it is important that people shouldn't have to choose between childcare and food or housing. Finally, medical needs to be a game changer under dignity. Even with our strong healthcare system, some of us still struggle with accessing needed and basic care, treatment, and harm reduction supports due to financial constraints. For example, under the current system, people who are paralyzed and require catheters are entitled to one catheter a day. This means if one doesn't have insurance or isn't financially secure, they must either sacrifice other basic needs or compromise their health by limiting water intake so that they only pee once a day. Where is the dignity in only allowing someone to pee once a day? Having to choose between any of these 6 basic needs is something that none of us should ever have to do. Such choices reduce the dignity for all of us. Under the guiding principles of opportunity, we have the following game changers: vulnerable people, reconciliation, life quality, and connection. We must recognize that some marginalized people are at higher risk of falling into poverty. We must work to provide preventive and supportive programs and frameworks to ensure equity of opportunities. Reconciliation is important. Indigenous populations are disproportionately affected by poverty, especially children. We must work with Indigenous nations with a lens of reconciliation to address this issue. Life quality is essential. Poverty reduction is not just about creating a basic living. Living without the constraints of poverty means being able to fully participate in community, in recreation, education, social, and political aspects of our community. For quality of life, everyone needs security and a sense of belonging. Which brings us to the last game changer here, connection. We all have a need to be connected and belong. As a community, we need to embrace diversity as a strength and become a more inclusive and connected community. Under the guiding principle of resilience, we have the following game changers: early childhood, education, and health. Early childhood provides the building blocks for educational achievement, economic productivity, responsible citizenship, lifelong health, and strong communities. We must ensure all children have equal and equitable opportunities to develop to their full potential. Through education, we can reduce economic inequality, open doors, and change lives. Poverty is an important social determinant of health. There's a strong correlation between poverty and health, both mental and physical health. Poverty leads to poor health, and poor health leads to poverty. They go hand in hand. Reduce poverty, and we can create a healthier community. Measuring poverty reduction is complex due to a number of variables and a broad effects that it has across individuals and our society. Success can be measured through monitoring the market basket measure, Canada's official poverty measure. The market basket measure in Stony Plain is set to $46,158. A low income cutoff is another measure that can be used to observe trends. Measuring poverty over short periods using only economic indicators such as income does not adequately demonstrate movement out of poverty. Poverty is influenced by many factors, and poverty reduction is a slow process that can span over generations. So other measures that can be included would be the number of residents accessing the food bank, number of residents accessing income support, number of chronically homeless, and we can also track the positive determinants of health in our community. Our target of reducing poverty by 30% follows the lead of many poverty reduction strategies across the country. So we hope, once approved, that we can take this strategy further, engage our community in updating our 2017 action plan to reflect actions completed and new directions needed. We plan to prepare impact reports on an annual basis to measure our progress and evaluate our work. And that's it. So does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. And thank you very much for staying. And it is kind of, that's how it goes when you're at the last. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Members Council, it was a very informative presentation from Sherda. Any questions of clarity and understanding to her from that presentation? Maybe just I'll start with the question. I think you mentioned about kind of tracking this. So what other kind of metrics are we going to use to track it? Because there's a lot of different aspects of how we're going to try to reduce poverty in our community.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, it is, like I had mentioned, a very complex thing to be tracking. So like I said, we would be using the market basket measure as well as the low income cutoffs as the larger measures of poverty. But then we would also be looking at things like the number of residents accessing the food bank and accessing income supports. We would be looking at trends over time. We would be looking at doing more of the housing and service needs estimates, which are done every 2 years, and that will be able to show us some trends as to the housing needs and service needs within our community. And also we'd be looking at monitoring the sense of belonging, because that is also an indicator of poverty.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sherda, for the great presentation. I know this has been a long time coming, and it's a very complex plan, but one that I think we can be very proud of as we move forward. Part of being proud of this plan is ensuring that it doesn't just go on the shelf like so many other plans in the past have. And I think, you know, we face the challenge that many people in our community don't believe that poverty exists, and I think a lot of that actually comes from a lack of belief of what poverty looks like in our community. So the main question I have for you coming out of this is, I mean, this is being presented at a very long council meeting that's now sitting at 11:15 at night. I'm not certain there's very many members of our public who are tuned in right now that are seeing this. So is there a communication strategy that's been developed around this plan that will bring this as a presentation into the community, or that will significantly communicate many of the factors of this reduction strategy out into our community, so that we can continue to gain buy-in and that we can continue to develop understanding and, you know, ways that people can participate in helping with this strategy?
Thank you.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council, thank you for that question. We're actually quite excited about the next steps. So as we move into the fall, there will be some action plan development. And one of the things that, one of the advantages that's happening as we've become the Community and Social Development Department is an increased level of support from our Corporate Communications Officer. And so the fall engagement and the future conversations around this plan will actually be coordinated from a communications perspective by the Corporate Communications Officer. And so we do expect to have a lot of coverage and a lot of opportunities to connect with the public around the plan.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Excellent. No, thank you very much for that response. I certainly hope that we do see a very high level of communications around this. I think out of all of the programs and everything that's come forward from the community and social development, formerly FCSS in the past, I do think this is one of the most important ones that I have seen. And I really hope that value is instilled as we move forward into that communication plan. So very excited to see that in the fall.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for members of council? Okay. I have a question in terms of this is the Stony Plain plan, and we've just gone through the regional plan that the three municipalities, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County, has gone together to do that addresses some of these kind of points that are mentioned here on our plan to reduce poverty in our community. Has there been talk with, for example, the FCSS of Spruce Grove and Parkland County?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you and to the rest of council. Yes, we have had collaborative efforts with Spruce Grove, and we sit on the champions table. You would have seen the I'm going to get the name wrong, Sharada, the presentation at the end of January from the community group. So we are part of that initiative with them. We've had some preliminary conversations with Parkland County. They are at a different spot in their own individual social development plan, but certainly through the regional planning process for the social development strategy, we did have some conversations. And while poverty wasn't a specific initiative that came out of the regional plan as a priority for all three municipalities, there's certainly elements that we know in working together better that it improves all of us at a regional level. And so, Your Worship, that's the approach that we're taking, that there's some unique things to Stony Plain that we need to address. And then there are other things that need to be addressed at a regional level because they're much bigger than just our municipality.
All right, and thank you for that. If this is to be successful, we need a collaborative approach. We're working with other organizations to help us reach those goals and milestones. Okay. I don't see any more hands up, so I'm going to just go move into a motion. So I'm going to go ask, where are we here? Councillor Pleshko, go ahead with the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Stony Plain Poverty Reduction Strategy for information.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshko. And members of council, we had a presentation. Any comments prior before calling the question? Councillor Loy, I think your hand's up.
Very sorry, Your Worship. I was voting.
Okay, thank you. And members of council, any questions regarding the motion or any other comments to administration? Okay, see none. Thank you very much on behalf of council and the residents to our staff for putting this together. As you see through the presentation, this is going to be definitely a collaborative approach for us to address these issues. Definitely we will not be able to accomplish them alone, so I'm glad to hear that our staff are looking at synergies there with our regional neighbors and service groups in our region to help that we kind of reduce it. And definitely it is going to be a long haul. I don't think this will be done overnight and over the next couple of years, but we can start the process now and then make that happen a few years down the road. Okay, with that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor to accept for information?
Mr. Mayor, I see 5 hands in favor and just waiting on Councillor Meyer.
Okay. All those opposed to accept for information?
That's 1 hand, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that has passed for information. Okay, thank you very much, administration. Appreciate that. Moving on to council information items and council discussion. We're looking at 11:22, so let's go around the table quickly before we call the evening. Deputy Mayor, we'll start with you. Good job being the Deputy Mayor for your first evening and able to take over the chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Nothing this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Fletchko.
I'll pass as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Loy.
Thank you. I had 15 items, but I'm going to reduce them down to 0. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask about our strategy for supporting the Amazon facility that's coming to Parkland County, and wondering if we have a plan going forward, but I will wait because I know that our administration is on top of it, and we will see some strategies coming out of how we, Stony Plain, can also benefit from that facility going up. So that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of quick things. First, I wanted to pass on a congratulations to all the students. Tomorrow, I believe, is the last day of school for most. Some might have been on Friday as well. So for another very challenging year, I just wish the best for all of them and congratulate all of them on facing the struggles that they have, because it certainly is not something many people have gone through in their life at that age. I did just want to bring up, council's received some communications in regards to some parking changes along Greywood, in and around the Greywood Terrace area. I'm just wondering if administration could provide us with some additional maps and information on that. I'd just like to get a little bit more context around it. No answer needed at this point in time. I'm sure an email will be fine on that. Go back to more fireworks conversation. Obviously, we have our fireworks show planned for July 1st, which, especially with the restrictions easing, I know many people are looking forward to. However, with the extreme heat that we are currently facing in this province and our adjacent province, I know many communities have now instituted fire bans and have called cancellations to their fireworks shows. And I'm just wondering if we are considering the same thing. And that's all I will have for this evening, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, and appreciate those comments. Administration, regarding any thoughts about fire bans because of the definitely dry weather and the hot weather, and then our request for water ban to ask residents to stop using water for non-essential services.
Your Worship, it's the town manager. I'll speak maybe first to the firework question. Not that I'm aware of. Although I know, today was Monday, staff were back and understanding the heat in front of us and so on. I don't believe the fire chief is with us anymore, but typically that's within the community protective services department, both internally for the fire chief as well as the staff that are looking after the setup and delivery of the firework program. So, I'm sure I can check in tomorrow with them. See where we're at with that, but I would expect that if the fire chief or our staff felt there was a significant concern that we need to be aware of that, it would be brought to our attention or implemented as such. So we'll have a dialogue tomorrow, Your Worship, and I can provide an update there.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship, and a second question, can you repeat that one?
Oh, it's just asking for a map of the proposed changes of parking on Briarwood Way, and just some of the kind of rationale for that. So I think it is the purview of administrative staff to make parking changes for the safety of residents, pedestrians, and vehicles. And just some background would be appreciated.
Yeah, got that one, Your Worship. I was wondering, was there something about there was something else, I believe, after the firework question?
I don't think so.
I think that was your water ban stuff, Your Worship.
Oh, yeah, because I added that because I say we have a water ban. Does that make it an effect?
Your worship, no, I don't believe that the two are directly interrelated. If that's what you were wondering about, yeah, the water ban stuff. It's been a few years, I believe. I think this council term, I think we started out in 2017 or 18 with some of those bans in effect. You know, I mean, what was sent out today is probably the lightest of our steps along those directions, and you know, I mean, we're asking the general public to be mindful, be aware, to conserve if at all possible, and ultimately, your worship, if water levels continue to go lower, for lack of a better way of putting it, you know, there are other steps that the town and, in fact, your worship, the entire region can take to mitigate that drawdown on our potable water. So, your worship, the only thing I would add on that is that that information usually comes pretty fast and gets out to the public pretty quick. And we will endeavor to make sure council is aware when we see that stuff coming or when it's implemented.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just have some highlights. Obviously, we've talked about this before, is the announcement, but through Atchison of the Amazon warehouse. I think that's going to be a good benefit for our community. And also earlier this afternoon, there was an announcement with Western Economic Development announcing federal funding of $17.7 million for the Nisku Spine Road. Again, another completion of some infrastructure that will help our region get out of this pandemic quicker and able to recover. So hopefully, with all the announcements that are happening and the initiatives that the capital region is taking to make sure that we are prepared when this pandemic is over, I'm hoping that our recovery is swift and quick so that we can get back to some kind of normalcy. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. It has been a good conversation amongst council. Administration, thank you for providing the agenda packages and the work that you've done to get that to us. With that, administration, thank you. And town staff, thank you. And council members, have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night, all.